Hello. 1 second, I'm going to make a couple of changes. You're going to hear the clickety clacks on my keyboard. There we go. Yeah, I like this. By the way, thank you for popping in and saying hi, Thumb. It's always a pleasure to get to talk with you. I've been away this past week, and then today it's been, I see, or I hear you. I'm hoping everything sounds pretty good. I've kind of upgraded when it comes, I have upgraded. There's a couple of things I'm getting used to currently. So one of them is this new mic arm that I have. I was using a mic stand for the longest time, and I wanted to get rid of bumping. I kept getting my toe caught on the mic stand, the bottom of the mic stand. So I got this mic arm, but now when I gesticulate, I have a bad tendency to touch the mic arm and bump it, so I apologize. I heard a keyboard. Yeah, I have a very clickety-clackety keyboard. It's actually a typewriter keyboard, so it's made to look like an old-timey metal and wood construction typewriter, but it uses Cherry MX Blues as the clickies, because I want, if you're going to use a typewriter, if you've never used a typewriter in your life, so I think it's an experience you have to have, but it's an acquired skill. Even if you're a good typist in a computer sense, if you type on a computer, you can accidentally hit 2 or 3 keys, and the biggest consequence that you get is you have a bunch of letters that just basically kind of pop up in random order, and you have to hit the delete key. Wasn't that easy on old typewriters, because each key represents a hammer. And so you had to have one key at a time, precision. You had to hit the key deeply enough for the hammer to make good contact with the ink ribbon so that the letter would come in clear. And then you also had to have, if you hit multiple keys at a time, you had 3 or 4, however many hammers coming at it at a time, you would jam. So you would have to pull those hammers back manually, hoping that they can't both make contact with the ink ribbon at the same time. But that's the problem, right? They can't both make contact with the ink ribbon at the same time. So you would have to pull it back off and reset them. And it was a very common reason. Get the ribbon jamming, because the ribbon would double up sometimes. That was common, and then the hammer of the letters jamming. Anyway, point being, I digress. If you've never typed on a keyboard before, I highly recommend it. If not, a keyboard, right? A typewriter, sorry. If you've never typed on a typewriter, you should do that. And if you want the closest experience that you can get, which obviously doesn't have the same feel, then you would then get a typewriter keyboard. It's really nice. But I love typewriters. I really do. And they just have such a weight to them because they use this kind of weird hinge fulcrum system. And so when you push the button... Anyway, I digress. I love typewriters. I have spent time typing on typewriters. Old typewriters and slightly newer ones. So that's where Resident Evil gets the ink ribbon from. Yeah, exactly. So the ink ribbon... So what you would have to keep ink from being all over the place, because your paper moved, right? Hey, Ash, welcome in. Your paper is what really moves, right? And so what happens is you have this thing called an ink ribbon. It's a ribbon basically soaked in an ink. And then what happens is it gets pulled taut across these little mechanisms right in front of the paper. And then what happens is each letter that you push is tied to a hammer that has a metal stamp of that letter, and that little metal stamp presses against the ribbon, which presses against the paper, which leaves the imprint of that letter on the paper. So if you wanted to delete something, you didn't get to delete it. On a typewriter, the delete key basically was a box that was like, okay, I'm going to put a big blotch of ink, controlled, but a big blotch of ink over top of this letter to show that this was unintended. And there was an etiquette for everything. Like, you had to type in a specific way. If you wanted to delete things, you wanted it to have, a specific. You wouldn't just blotch out a letter most of the time. You'd blotch out the word, and then you'd retype the word next to it, and so on and so forth. So that kind of stuff. But yeah, so that's why you have to find an ink ribbon. Now, in the early Resident Evils, you had to find an ink ribbon anytime you wanted to save. The truth of the matter is that an ink ribbon would last you a good long time, so you wouldn't need one every single time you sat down to type. You would definitely be able to. One ink ribbon would definitely get you through several pages before you'd have to replace one. But so that part's a little unrealistic. But of course, it's Resident Evil. We don't expect just cutting edge realism, do we now? Typing of the Dead. Oh, that's such a cool. I didn't learn about Typing of the Dead until like 2016 or something like that, which I don't know how long. Maybe that's when it came out. I don't know. When I was in school, we were barely getting into the typing. You need to learn typing. And we worked on Apple IIe's, right? And there was this rubber, like a silicone key cover thing. So you have these giant, if anyone's ever been on an Apple IIe, right? Apple IIe is this really cool. I personally think Apple computers today I don't like them very much. I'm more of a PC. And I say PC, all of them are PC. Everything's a personal computer, right? But Windows, I'm more Microsoft intended. But as far as old Mac computers, I really like the Apple IIe. And you would have this giant keyboard, though, and they had these giant keys with this beautiful click and clack to them. And then what would happen is my teacher at the time was Coralie Cox was her name, I think. But anyway, she wasn't even my first who was my first teacher for that? I don't even know if he's probably not even still alive, to be honest with you. Berg was his name. I can't think of his first name. But yeah, Mr. Berg was, I think, my very first typing teacher. And yeah, I doubt he's still with us. I doubt very highly he's still with us. He wasn't terribly old when I was a kid, but he was decently old. So he'd be very old now, or he would be probably departed. And but anyway, that was what would happen is these Apple IIe's, you would have the computer, and then it would have this really rudimentary typing program that basically just kind of looked like MS-DOS, right? Command prompt. And then it would give you a phrase and you'd repeat the phrase. And then they had these really weird like silicone things that came in like orange and brown and white. And what they would do is they'd put those over top of the keys, and then you would type and you'd hear all the click. It would kind of mute the clicks a little bit. But it'd be like, and it would be like, That would be Courtney Cox, famous actress from Scream and Friends. Yeah, no, it's not her, and I've never seen Friends. I'll say that much. Everybody's always been. It's like, oh, it's a big show. I never saw it. Never cared for it. I guess. Never was interested enough to see it. I guess. I do know who Courtney Cox is, though. But yeah, they put these like silicone, these like rubbery things over the top of it, and then they would. And then you would just type, and you get and so the clickety piece of it. I remember hating it because I was more interested in playing the Oregon Trail. I was more interested in that. The Oregon Trail was cool, and we didn't have, where I originally went to school didn't have a lot of money, so we didn't have tons and tons of copies of this game. So I think in terms of education, they passed out a few copies, but we didn't have one for every computer we had, and we didn't even have that very many computers. So it was like, But anyway, I was always more interested in playing the Oregon Trail than I was doing that, and we did. And we got to play Oregon Trail. It was like once every other week or something like that. We'd have a time where it was like, all right, now you can play the Oregon Trail. I was like, oh, cool, this is great. You know, this is a lot of fun. So there's no typewriters in the Star Wars main films. That's true. But if you take a look, again, if you take a look at the keys in the original movie, a lot of them look like they could have at least been, and it would have been around the right time, right? It would have been 1977, for at least the clickety-clackety Apple II keyboards. Because you take a look at the keys, like in the Death Star sequences, you start to see like these white-out, red-out keys where they've painted them. But they're the big, like, clickety-clackety keys, which are really nice. So, actually, you know what? I say that, I can't remember. Something that kind of had the keyboard layout in Star Wars. It's not a typewriter, but the typewriter keyboard layout in Star Wars. Episode 2, when Jocasta Nu is asked to look up Camino. That's pretty close. It's not the same. You're right, but it's pretty close in terms of the layout, in terms of look. So, also want to give a big thank you. Just throwing something out there really quickly to everybody who might be taking a look at my channel. I wonder how much inspiration Star Wars: A New Hope took from the 2001: A Space Odyssey regarding keyboards and computers. That's a good question. I don't know. Because there is a lot, I mean, there's definitely a lot of visual similarity in a lot of those. I agree. That's a good question. I need to look into that. Clickety-clackety actually sounds like a character you would find. It kind of does. It's also a pleasant thing to, it's also kind of a pleasant group of words to say. It's just kind of, sounds, yeah. Well, yeah, because of click, clock, wood, right? So, I agree with that. But clickety-clackety it's a fun word. They're fun words to say. And they make a really, I mean, they're the correct, I think, onomatopoeia for... They're the correct onomatopoeia for the sound, I think. Just a side note, I may hear a doorbell, door knock go off in a bit. I'll have to go and take care of that. If that is the case, so I'll apologize in advance for that, as I have somebody here that is supposed to be cutting tree branches for me today, and I need to make sure that he gets paid, so... If you hear the dogs go crazy, you'll hear me say, oh, my apologies, give me a second, please, and then I'll go pay the gentleman, and I'll be right back. So, but yeah, a huge thank you to firstly and foremostly, I've said this before, if anybody is interested in the stuff that I do here, just kind of opening the forum to talk about what is fun to talk about. I like to talk about things like philosophy, general gaming, etc., etc. But if anybody happens to like kind of the idea of what I do, but isn't exactly in line with what I'm doing at that time, be it the game I'm playing or be it the topic we're talking about or whatever the case is, there are several other channels that I highly recommend in my description, which all focus on all kinds of different varying things that I highly endorse, not least of which, of course, are the gentleman here in the chat now, Thumb Bros, who does speedrunning content and creating communities around that, as well as just a ton of fun retro video game play. And currently, there are attempts out there to try and run Super Mario Bros. 2, or not Super Mario Bros. Super Mario Bros. 2. Well, anyway, the Lost Levels. Where people are attempting to get their runs in as best as they possibly can, and demonstrate that very, very difficult game that I had no shortage of frustration, but at the same time fun with, as well as watching his own runs and things like Contra, Ninja Gaiden, his own runs, obviously, as he did yesterday, in showing strategy on how to get through the lost levels. So very, very, very cool stuff. Of course, we have Ash's channel down there with new stuff forthcoming in the very near future, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So just something worth checking out. But in the event that anything goes wrong, just in the event that there should be any desire to take a peek at that, which I assume there should be, you might want to go ahead and give them a subscribe just to take a look at when things do come live, because I can guarantee you from previous content, my own personal enjoyment of it, you're going to probably like that quite a lot too. Then, of course, you have Omega Ace Gaming, who's been live, who was actually live yesterday and was playing, I believe, Power Hand. Very, very fun. What did I say? Power? It's not Power Hand. It's shoot, what was he playing? It wasn't Shatterhand. I said Power Hand, but I don't think that's correct. Was it Shatterhand? Now I have to double check. I always do that. I get mixed up and I'm like, I take a look now because otherwise I'm going to feel bad. Yeah, it was Shatterhand. I said Power Hand. I don't know why. I was like, it was Shatterhand. Did I? But I messed myself up. But taking a look at his stuff, a lot of cool stuff. He does stuff like the Belmont Hold, where he goes into the bestiary of the different various inspirations for characters from there. Generally the monsters, but sometimes the main antagonists and up to the heroes. Very, very, very cool. And then, of course, we have gaming videos and Vidi plays, where you get to see a wonderful backlog of pre-scripted, genuine React, and candid gameplay with he and a friend, which I think are really well worth taking a look at. A lot of fun. So, it'll be me at the door. We're going to co-op Two Worlds. Two Worlds doesn't have co-op, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Eventually I'll do it, but it's just such a thing to manage to want to play that game. Like, there are so many great games out there. I literally own that game only because of how poor it is, and the fact that I believe it deserves a try. And I paid virtually nothing for it, of course, but I believe that game deserves to sit on a wall of kind of a wall of shame. That game is terrible. The second one's okay. It's not good, but it's decent. And in comparison to the first one, it's a fantastic game, right? But yeah. Also, huge thank you to everybody who was in the big conversation. Fighting Max. Oh, Fighting Max is also down there, and I believe he's live right now. I think he was. I didn't get to. But he plays a ton of games. I think he was playing. It looked like Undertale, but probably Deltarune. I'm not sure. I apologize. Worth checking out. He plays a lot more of the kind of more modern or great hits games. Deltarune, Undertale, some of the Phoenix Wright games, of course, Skyrim, Minecraft, etc. Things that are a little bit more, I guess, popular, pop culture, So if you're looking for the popular games and you have enjoyment there, then I'd take a look at his stuff. I just kind of play whatever is fun. Things are suggested, so I'm always happy to try new games, but then at the end of the day, I'm also just going to be like, whatever's fun. I can't believe they managed to find Vidi after what he did. I hope he's doing well in their 20 years. Everybody's going to come in to see that comment and be like, "Oh, we got to check this guy's channel out." It's a record of him just literally going through all of the crimes he's committed and what he's doing. No, Vidi's one of the kindest souls out there, at least in my opinion. I think he's very fun, very, very kind, very gentle individual, and I think in the best possible way. So. But yeah, I've been playing games. A huge thank you to everybody who decided to participate. Ash, you were there, of course. Bogus was there, which was awesome, and Fighting Max. We're talking about... Bogus was looking for a game recommendation for, I think it was horror that he kind of was looking at, and there was just tons of... He said he's run into a game drought. And... So we were just giving suggestions, all kinds of suggestions, and it was also really fun. Bogus apparently is a big fan of The Witcher. I'm a humongous fan of The Witcher, have been for a very long time, decades at this point. And of course, The Witcher 3 is 10, or turned 10 in May, so last month. So even still, I mean, even those who just jumped in at The Witcher 3, Witcher 2 was one of the games that I worked in the gaming industry during that time. Witcher 2 was one of the ones that they gave me for free. And it was just brilliant. And of course, I had played Witcher 1, which came out in, I think, 2009. And so I was on board for the whole thing. And I'm going back through Witcher 3 and 2 simultaneously at this point. Witcher 3 is a much better game than Witcher 2, but story-wise, they're both really good. So it's just very nice. Can you believe they're letting him stream in? Yes, he's live stream. Try to survive 24 hours, 20 days, 24/7, 20 years. I don't believe a game drought is possible. I think it's... So here's the thing. I think... I was going to say this, but I thought it would come across... Sometimes a game drought isn't because there isn't availability. It's because... It's kind of like... Sometimes a drought isn't because there's no water, but it's because people say they don't like the taste. Right? That's kind of what I think. So, for me, a game drought's not possible because I can always go back to one of the games that I've played a million times. Like, I've played Banjo-Kazooie for 26 years, right? I've played Banjo-Kazooie since it came... When did it come out? It came out in 98, didn't it? So 26, 27 years at this point. I've played Banjo-Kazooie for 26 or 27 years, right, at this point. And I can just as easily go back. I've played it on the channel like 2 or 3 times just because I enjoy it. I've done a 100% run, and I've done, I could easily do that. I've done the same thing with Super Mario World. I've done Super Mario World on this channel 2 or 3 times. I did one where the fastest possible path for me, and then I did one where I just kind of played it all the way through. Then I did a 96 exit stream, and it was just like, yeah, it's so... Like, for me, I could just go... The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game, which I did a stream, which I'm not very good at, but I still have fun with it. I mean, I could go back and play that again. I could always go back and play The Witcher over and over. I love The Witcher. KOTOR and KOTOR 2 could always go back to that. So for me, I always have a series of games that Pitfall, which is now on the Xbox, I could go back and play. So, and I did, actually. I played Pitfall for like an hour the other night just because I was having fun. That was one of my very first games, was Pitfall. It wasn't my very first game. Pong was probably my very first game, and then among my very first games were like Pitfall, Centipede, Asteroids, all those good games. I'm excited for the Switch when I get the Switch 2 because there are genuinely about 40 Switch games I've never played. I gotta say, okay, so I will let me mention. Okay, real quick, let me answer your question, and then I'm gonna get onto that topic real quick. Is the Xbox version of Banjo better than the Switch? In my opinion, the answer is yes, and here's why. The Switch version of Banjo has the buttons reversed, so your jump is on A, which is the B button for Xbox, and your B button, which is, I can't remember what B button really does, but it's nothing that I think it's punch. I think it's the bit where Banjo just goes, punches 3 times. That's on A. And it's a little frustrating, and at least at the last time I had played it, it was not possible to reverse the controls. I'm sure it probably is now. The Xbox version is smooth. It feels good. One of the things I'll give Microsoft for Rare is both their versions of Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie are fantastic. Like, both triggers work to initiate the duck, so you can do all of your like feather moves, and it just feels good. And then they've upscaled it so that it looks nice and clear, but it still retains the original charm. Yeah. Appreciate you telling me why you think it is, and not just saying yeah. By the way. Well, yeah. I mean, there's no like that's if it's my opinion, it's my opinion, right? And I'll just be like, yeah, I think so. But for me personally, for someone who's played the game for almost 30 years at this point, it just feels better. The button layout feels better on the Xbox. Both triggers feel better on it. It's highly responsive. Graphically, it's very, very pretty, very upscaled. It feels good. I think they did a really good job. And then they did add, if you're familiar, I don't know if anyone's familiar with this really, because it's Stop and Swap. Stop and Swap was supposed to be a thing where you were going to be able to take certain elements of the first game into the second game by being able to switch the cartridges. So you'd find some things in the first game, you'd have a special cartridge swap process where you had to take the first cartridge out, hold the reset button or something, and then within 3 seconds put Banjo-Tooie in, and it would somehow retain that memory and its temporary memory, and I don't remember, but anyway, it didn't work. And they re-put it in there. So if you go back to Banjo-Kazooie, you can actually find the Stop and Swap eggs and the ice key, and that gives you access to bonus stuff in Banjo-Tooie, including a permanent Kazooie transformation, which they did manage to make work in the second game, but it just feels cooler to have it tied into the first game. I don't know. They did a lot of good work. If you have an Xbox, it doesn't matter if it's a 360, it doesn't matter if it's an Xbox One, or even if it's a Series S or X, I highly recommend Banjo-Kazooie on it. And it's not expensive either. As a matter of fact, if you have Game Pass, it's free, but what I recommend doing is I recommend buying the Rare Replay, because it's like, even when it came out, it was $20, right? I think now you could probably find it for like $5, $10, but even if you pay the full, or is it 20 or 30? But anyway, I think it was 20. Even if you pay the full 20, it's worth it. You get 20 Rare games, including Banjo-Kazooie, including Banjo-Tooie, including Killer Instinct, by the way. So there's a lot of, including Jet Force Gemini, including, what is the other one? The other really big 64 one that came out. I can't remember, but anyway, you get a whole bunch. So good stuff. But anyway, Yeah, I recommend it. I recommend it on the Xbox for sure. If you have a Switch and that's all you have to play it on, it's not bad. It's just wonky. It just feels weird. I'm excited for the Switch 2 because there are genuinely about 40 Switch games I've never played. Okay, I have to say this. I have a Switch 2. I have a Switch 2. And I'm going to explain why I have a Switch 2, and I'm going to explain what I think. I'm going to say why I think that this is the case. If you are somebody who travels a lot like I do, and you have games that are high tax on the system. So, for example, I'm going to go back to The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3. It is a high tax to play that thing on handheld mode. Graphics are, kind of potato-y. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. But then there's a lot of slowdown in certain towns. Going into Novigrad is almost always going to have lag. I wanted to be able to take a system with me that I could play The Witcher 3 on. And now we know we're getting the Xbox handheld. It's Republic of Gamer by Asus. Probably going to be about $800 if it's in line with what their normal ones are, which I probably won't get at that price point. If it's more in line with everybody else's handheld price point, $450-ish, then yeah, I'll probably get one. Because Republic of Gamers and Asus do good work. I believe they're Taiwanese, and they have been around for a while, and they're really awesome when it comes to peripheral. So, but I got one because of that. It does feel better. If you're one who's looking for the quality of life enhancements, things that the Switch 1 did that you felt were bad, like the rail mount system for the controllers, like the kickstand, like the screen, this thing feels great. It's kind of got a matte finish. It's kind of textured. It's got more grip. The Joy-Cons are larger for hands like mine. The monitor's bigger. The monitor's much more dense in terms of colors and pixel density. Is it an OLED? No, but I don't care. My eyes are highly sensitive to light anyway. So if the whites are too bright, I can't even see the game anyway. It doesn't matter. So I don't care about the OLED thing. That doesn't bother me. The dock is beautiful. It's rounded. They put the USBs on the outside, so you still have a covered area for major connections. They built an Ethernet port into the hub, which I love. That's a huge deal for me. Looking at the memory cards, they're not Nintendo proprietary. They're EX. They're EX micro SD. So we've kind of talked about them being maybe proprietary. They're just EX. I literally had SanDisk EX micro SD cards laying around. I just had them because I use them for other things. It's just they have a higher exchange rate between data transfer speed, and they're higher. They're known as they're EXHC, high capacity. So their formatting takes away less of your memory. When you format something, it normally takes to partition it a fraction of your memory. HC is more efficient in the partition, and EX is more efficient in the exchange or the transfer of the data. So you can actually play from the card. So that wasn't proprietary, so I'm not mad about that. That was actually really, we had one, the kickstand feels fantastic. It has several points of articulation. It goes across the entire bottom of the pad. I love the fact that they put the USB-C charger on the bottom and the top. Bottom for docking, top for being able to play handheld while not losing battery power. The battery works really well. I so far don't have Joy-Con drift, although I am concerned about it. Looking at the deconstruction, they said they fixed it where it shouldn't drift. They're not using Hall's effect sticks, which uses a magnet, which is, I think, completely immune. I think that's because they actually use magnets to click them into the controllers into the side. So a Hall effect stick might have the magnetic pull of the mounting system might be so strong that it would interfere with the left and the right of the left and right Joy-Con magnetic input. So I wonder if that's why. But it looks like they've shortened the paddles. I still think, and it looks like they've also tightened the collars, so to speak. So I think that there's a possibility that the Joy-Cons can still drift, but if the collars are tighter and the paddles are shorter, it is possible that that's going to be a lot less likely. I don't know that it's gotten rid of the problem, but I think it'll be at least a little less likely. I hope it is. If it's not, then obviously I think going to be a huge class action. But I think it's going to be almost impossible for them to make Hall effect sticks in there because of the magnets. So, but anyway, and then I also found out that some cards actually contain the games. And I was using this example the other day. If your card has the picture of a key in the top right-hand corner, on the top right-hand corner of the cartridge, it is just a key card. It does not have the game. It's just a voucher for a download, basically. However, games like Cyberpunk 2077 do not have that picture of the key. They do have the whole game without the patches, which of course is fine and reasonable. But the whole game up to as many patches as they can have without the most recent ones on the cartridge. So even the key card thing is not 100%. That having been said, unless you're a super fan of any of the games that are coming out, and I'll tell you, firstly for me it was to play Witcher 3 on it when I'm out and about, out and away. And then secondly, it was to for the Donkey Kong Country, or the Donkey Kong game that's coming out next month. Unless you're a hyper fan of things like that, or the Mario Kart game that's already out, I really don't think there's a reason to get one until some more games come out. It's wonderful. If you don't have a Switch 1, I'd say just don't worry about it. Get the Switch 2. If you have a Switch 1 and you like all the games you have on it and you care really a whole lot about the graphics and the fidelity, get a Switch 2. But at the end of the day, if you're sitting there going, well, this, that, and the other, you're just debating on whether to get a Switch 2 to get a Switch 2, I would say wait. I'd say it's $450 or $500. I'd say wait until more games come out, and then maybe pick one up, or pick a used one up for $350, something like that. But they're really cool. They're super cool. But I don't think that they're, for most people who aren't enthralled by the 2 or 3 things that I've just mentioned, I would just wait. Banjo and Killer Instinct are genuinely the only 2 IPs that keep me keeping an eye on Xbox, especially with Gears being ported over now and inevitably Halo. Yeah, I agree. There are a couple of things on Xbox that I argue are worth having beyond that, but I agree with you for the most part. Banjo and Killer Instinct are there. For me, the entirety of the Rare Replay is a really good value proposition. It includes... they even added GoldenEye. I don't know how they got the licenses, but they even got the licenses for GoldenEye. And so now the Rare Replay, if you have the disc, actually includes... it's a download, but it's okay because I've spent $20 and I got all 20 games on the disc and then that one download. But it's GoldenEye, the original GoldenEye, which is fantastic. It's Banjo-Kazooie, it's Banjo-Tooie, it's Killer Instinct, it's Jet Force Gemini, like I said. Cameo, Elements of Power is on there. The Viva Pinata games, which are actually pretty fun, are on there. So it's a really good value. But as far as Xbox goes, they are getting rid of a lot of their console exclusives. In all honesty, I think the things that are worth... I don't know exactly what all is going to go over to the PlayStation yet. But I do think that some of the stuff that they're going to come out with in terms of timed exclusives are probably going to be worthwhile. And yeah. I also like the versatility of if I'm to be honest with you, I like the versatility of the Xbox. So right now, if I wanted to buy a PlayStation 5, I already have one, of course, but if I wanted to buy a second one for back here in the retro room, which I do actually want to do, and I have been looking at the prices, it's still $400 to $450. I bought my first Series X was at full price. My second Series X only cost me $150. And that's why, so I have 2. I have one in the living room, I have one back here. And it's like, okay, I'm getting all of the same power as far as the Series X is a technically more powerful console than the PS5. If I really want a PS5 Pro, obviously that's going to run me the expensive price, but then I think that's $799. And it's like, there's a little bit of the kind of brand inflation in my opinion, which is just like, it's kind of like buying a shirt that says Gucci on it, and that shirt's $200 because it says Gucci, but it's really the same quality of a shirt that you might get from a Costco or whatever. But have you played the greatest experience ever created in the history of the universe, Breath of the Wild? I've played Breath of the Wild. I've not played the Switch 2 updated version. It's a $10 upgrade, so they're kind of going the PlayStation version of that, which is, it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I think some of the things they've locked are fairly arbitrary. Like, it seems like they've capped the frame rate and stuff like that, whereas I think the upgrade version should, which PlayStation did too, so it's like, eh. But at the same time, it's like, they're essentially a publisher now, for the most part. Yeah, I mean, they kind of are. But they own every major IP, really, when you think about it, that isn't specifically second party. So it's like, or that wasn't specifically second party. Like Santa Monica obviously is not going to go over there, but it's like they own Activision Blizzard. That's huge. That's Doom. That's Diablo. That's Tony Hawk. That's, I mean, think of it. That's Call of Duty. That's, that's a lot. They own, Rare. They own, what's the other really big one they own? That's another one, but. And it's like, man, this is just, it's crazy. Dun, 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 dun. The head of Microsoft basically said nothing is off limit in terms of ports, which I think is okay. Again, when I was growing up, you didn't when you go to the, like, let's go back real quick. Let's go back to the history. When I was growing up, you had like Atari, and then you had like Intellivision, and then you had like ColecoVision, and I have an Intellivision too, actually, and I'm looking right at it, and it has an Atari 2600 module that's just on the side. You could literally just play they were competitors, but you could play Atari 2600 games in this Intellivision thing. I mean, technically, so it's like, this is kind of cool. You could take a Sega Genesis controller, because they just use the 7-port. You could take a Sega Genesis controller and plug it into a 7-port, and it would work. So it was like, there was a lot of mix and match, and the mix and match was kind of cool. So I'm not opposed to that kind of sharing. But yeah. Doom is Bethesda. Yeah, Bethesda is owned by Microsoft. That was the other company. That was what I was looking for. Bethesda is owned by Microsoft. Would you get a Slim? They're not as expensive. No, I want discs. Unless the Slim has discs, and I'm just failing to understand. I thought the Slim was a digital only, so maybe I'm wrong. If it's anything that's digital only, then probably not. But if it's something that has a disc system, then yeah, I probably would. Again, Claire Obscure was free on Game Pass. It was $40, whatever. I bought the disc because I want the disc, right? And the game is on the disc, which is good. They own so much, they do nothing with more than half of it. Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that. They do a lot with the properties that people kind of yell for, but the ones that the fans are kind of, it's like, we got that beautiful Butterfly trailer, and then it was Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and I was like, okay, why? And again, I know that's Activision doing what Activision does under the direction now of Microsoft. They're new owners, but it's like, why? Why aren't we focusing on... like the Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown seemed to be like a return to form a little bit, and it was like, okay, this is cool. And I know that's Ubisoft, right? But it's like Ubisoft is one of the last companies that I expect is going to have this heart-changing moment of like, so. I don't like it, to be honest. I like Xbox being its own thing with I don't mind it, just because, again, when I was growing up, that kind of what it was what it was, and then you had the Nintendo and Sega rivalry, and it was like, this is it's a rivalry. But I did like that. I like the fact that I didn't have to buy every console all the time. I could just buy a console, and then now I could play all of the games on it, because it doesn't. That's the thing about it, is the way that profits work is, they're still going to get, like, Microsoft's still going to make the lion's share of money on a lot of the stuff. If it's shared, it's just shared so fans can enjoy it. So the benefit in terms of the business part of it, it's whatever happens behind the scenes doesn't matter. It's like, how many PS fanboys have wanted Halo but not wanted to buy a $300 or $400 or $500 machine to play Halo? They already bought their $500 machine, and it's like, yeah, I get that. I think that's good. People shouldn't have to buy 3 different machines every generation. That's kind of how it's been for a while. But they shouldn't have to buy 3 different machines for, and that kind of was the thing with, that kind of was the thing with Nintendo versus Sega. You had Sonic versus Mario, but it was like you still had to buy these $300 or $400 machines, and then you had to. And then you have to buy the game for it too, and you've already $1,000 in the hole at that point. I'll never have an issue with exclusives. Maybe it's because it's what I've always known, but I want your platform to have things only your platform can provide. Otherwise, what's the point? A silly comparison is, let's see. A silly comparison is, I don't walk into McDonald's and complain that they don't sell the Burger King Whopper. And if I want that, I'll go elsewhere. If I want Mario, I'll go to Nintendo. Right, but the difference between McDonald's and Burger King is, either way, you're still only spending $5, right? I agree with you there. Either way, you're only spending $5. But in the event of a video game console, you're actually spending hundreds of dollars every time. So, I agree with you in terms of the restaurant. It's only a difference of $5 or $10. But when it goes into gaming, you're spending a ton of money. And at the end of the day, too, a lot of it ends up getting ported to PC any which way. So then that kind of lends credence to the PC Master Race guys, where God of War is on PC and Gears of War is on PC, and that's what you get. Yeah, we had to wait a little while, but we get to play it on there. So it's like, why not make that capability for everybody? The profit part of it's going to work out in the back end any which way, so who cares? Let's just make sure that people that want to play Halo can play Halo. The other reason I like that idea is because I think it's going to help. There's a, and this is a potentially not accurate, but I think Halo has gone down the slope for me a lot. I remember when Halo first came out, played the heck out of it, love it, still think it's a great game. And then they got to Halo 2, wonderful. And then the Halo 3, fantastic. About the Collector's Edition day 1, great. And then it was Halo 4, okay, not too bad. Story's good, Halo 5, I don't really like this. Halo Infinite, this isn't very good, And they kind of went downhill a lot. And I think if we can get back to launching the brand new ones that the fanboys for decades have never gotten to play, maybe we can refine the focuses of what made those things special in the first place, and maybe we can maybe that can reinvigorate people to stick to the fundamentals, so to speak. I don't think most people do buy all the machines or even want to. I genuinely think most players, since consoles have been available, have chose their preference and enjoyed it. But the problem is that creates that fanboy kind of division, right? It becomes compensatory in a lot of ways, because it's like, I can't afford to buy both consoles, so I'm going to have to vie that my console's better than yours to make me feel better about not being able to play Gears of War. Or I'm going to have to do that to make me feel better about not being able to play God of War. And that really causes that divisiveness, or divisiveness, however you want to say that word, but the divisions between those two console generations, because they can't afford it, and so then they have to make themselves feel better about their console having this exclusive whatever. And I've seen that happen firsthand for years. It's like, even back with Mario versus Sonic, that was kind of thing. I can't play Mario, so I have to convince you, for me to feel better, that my console and my game is better. And generally in Sega, that was the blast processing. Mine's faster, I've got the blast processing. And it's like, I think it's just bad for the industry. You know me, and my least preferred platform is Xbox, but Xbox is essentially going away, which it is, just not literally. Isn't good for the industry. I don't think it'll hurt the industry, to be honest with you, if Microsoft became a publisher, because I think what that would do is, I think that would turn focus to the other console manufacturers to start being more competitive in both their offerings and in what they're making. Like, you're going to, I'm not saying competitive in terms of price of console, I'm saying competitive in terms of quality of what is released on that console. Microsoft had, I think most people wouldn't argue that Microsoft is what has caused Sony to be competitive in a console arena. I don't think people would argue that, even though I think that's probably the truth of the matter. Most people say, well, Sony's already really good. Well, the fact is, Sony's already setting their prices high. So all of these things are kind of being done independent of Xbox anyway. Fanboys are pathetic, though, and don't deserve the time of day. That's true. 99% of people aren't fanboys, but 99% of people aren't fanboys, diehard fanboys. I agree with that. But those fanboy tendencies creep into even the most innocuous people by that kind of justification. Even if they're not fanboys and they wouldn't, unprovoked, they wouldn't go online and say, well, this is why the PlayStation or this is why the Xbox is better. At the end of the day, a lot of those people still feel the need in conversation and online, when provoked, let's put it that way, to say that their console is better because, or this is, so it just kind of provokes the potential of it, right? I know they're not fanboys, but this is what creates that environment where people are like, I have to justify my $500 or $600 purchase because I couldn't afford the other one. I couldn't afford and I get that. The other thing too, and I think it's a tremendous shame, is I love the God of War games for PlayStation. I love the way that some games just play better on PlayStation, to me, in my opinion. A lot of games just play better on PlayStation. As a matter of fact, I actually prefer Jedi Survivor on PlayStation, even though I have it on Xbox also. I actually do prefer it on PlayStation. I like a lot of my third-person actions on PlayStation. I prefer that. But I prefer my first-person shooters on Xbox, hands down. And I think there are a lot of people that have preferences like that, even if they're not the same preferences. I think there are a lot of people that have the playstyle preference. I prefer if I'm going to do a fighting game, I prefer that on PlayStation. If I have to pick between PlayStation and Xbox. If I want a platformer, I actually prefer that on Nintendo. But if I had to pick between Xbox and PlayStation, I prefer that on PlayStation because of the D-pad layout. But if I'm playing like Super Meat Boy, which is a platformer, I actually changed that. I actually like the Xbox layout a little bit better because I have to be a little bit more cognizant of where I am, and I need to be a little bit more smooth and fluid in my movements. So thumbstick lends itself a little bit better to me. So I have these controller preferences also, and these other types of things where I think that the hardware comparison you're making is fair. It's also one of those things where it's like, some people don't have that. Some people are just like, no, I'm cool with it. I think a lot of people do have that, but some people are just like, no, I'm good. I just want to play the game. I just prefer this console. It's all I can afford. Okay, cool. Well, let's play Doom on it. Let's play Halo on it. Let's play, So, I get where it's both sides, but at the end of the day, I think it's going to save a lot of the gamers a lot more money, and I think it's going to make gaming more accessible, especially the games that they kind of lusted after. Just to be able to, not have to spend another $600 to play a $60 game. But I mean, I get your point. I get the competition. There are definitely pros and cons. Like, I see it from your perspective perfectly too, and I don't think my perspective outdoes your perspective in this way, because I do think that competition is healthy, and I think that difference of ideas and the layouts and such are very, very good to keep PlayStation on their toes. And I do think Sony's getting a little cocky, if I'm to be honest with you, and Nintendo too, right? Both of them. Xbox is definitely that way, but I think they hide it better. Nintendo and Sony have had these drastic price hikes in their console power, and so like PS Pro being, $799, I think it is, and it's like, my gosh, what do you think you are? I could buy a PC for this price, and it could do everything yours does plus some. And I'm not a PC Master Race guy, but you're tempting me, so it's like, Nintendo did the same thing, of course. So it's like Xbox is, it's like, okay, it's still the Series X. Okay, fine. Xbox hasn't made Sony competitive since the 360, and that's the truth. Xbox have continued to fumble since the launch of the Xbox One. Not to say they don't have the great features. The beginning of the Xbox One launch was atrocious, but in terms of, I think it's in terms of their marketing, not in terms of what they actually offer. Because I think with what they offer, again, in my opinion, what they offer is not only competitive to PlayStation, but in many cases, I would argue it. I think people, how do I want to say this? I think the value proposition of the Game Pass is better than the value proposition of PS Plus. That's the honest truth. Having been someone who's been on both of them since launch of both services, I love the PlayStation. I love the layout. I love what it offers. I think the value proposition of Game Pass is better. And whether or not, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to say anything. These are billionaires making billions of dollars, so I'm not going to go and weep for them and defend them on it. But in terms of as a consumer, I enjoy what is offered more on the Game Pass. And day one, you know, you get day one, like Claire Obscure, day one on Game Pass. A lot of these games that come out just day one on Game Pass. It's like, all right, you're spending $15 or $20 a month, and you're saving yourself from having to spend X amount on day one or whatever. And it's like, wow, I'm not having, you know, I might have just saved myself $60 or $70. I may have gotten to play all of Claire Obscure. I wanted the game because it was amazing, and I wanted it on disc. But it's like, I'm getting to play that day one. I'm getting to see if I like it. I'm getting to try it out. I'm getting to, you know, and then there were these little esotericisms. They collaborated, I guess, with Don't Nod, or a bunch of companies collaborated with Don't Nod for the month of June, and Tell Me Why is free forever for anybody who has an Xbox right now. So it's like, there are a lot of these really, and they do a lot of these game giveaways too, kind of like GOG does, which I like, where you just get free games. It's just like, hey, you're a member of Ultimate, thanks so much for being a member, here's a free game for you forever. And I say forever, I'm going to put that in quotations because we never know about the EULA stuff, but just, that's what they say, right? Here's your game forever, basically. It's like, wow, that's really cool. So while PlayStation or Sony hasn't felt like they need to be competitive, I think they've kind of gotten to the point of where they're just going to be designer anyway. It's just, again, Gucci is not a great brand because it's high quality. Gucci is a great brand because there are a lot of people out there willing to pay a lot of money just to have that word on something that they're wearing. And I feel like Sony is, and Nintendo, like I said, to some extent also, and Xbox, I'm not saying Xbox can't be that way. Certainly they can, and they have in the past, but it's definitely a whole different ball game. It really is. Let's see. You know what I like on PS video games from their teams, and unfortunately I have to wait over half a decade now for each. I agree. PlayStation's second-party support, second-party games are phenomenal. And they used to be, I think, best in class, but now we have Bethesda, Activision Blizzard, and it's like, while I think that Xbox or Microsoft is going to allow those to come out on both consoles, if they don't, they will be a powerhouse because you don't have to wait a decade for a new good game to come out, right? And Doom, again, Dark Ages, while there's controversy about the actual size of things on the disc, is undisputably a very, very awesome installment to the Doom franchise. So it's like they're as far as second party gaming comes, they're doing a great job. If they ever decide that they cut the deal with Sony, their second party is going to, I think, absolutely be able to stand toe to toe with Sony's second party. Even if they forget about the old franchises like Banjo-Kazooie, just leveraging Bethesda and just leveraging Activision Blizzard, they're going to be able to launch some incredibly, incredibly compelling titles that are going to, you know, be able to stand against a lot of the second party stuff that Sony's come out with. Let's see. I've just never heard consumers complain so much about things than I do with video games, whether it's exclusives or pricing. Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's such a multivariate equation, and nobody seems to understand math when they come into it. So I agree. For me, the reason and that's kind of the reason I'm not complaining about this, is because I think I'm looking at it from the side of the consumer, right? And obviously I can look at it from the business side for long term and longevity, but I'm looking at it from the consumer side. And from the consumer side, I think it's a good thing, right? That's me. From the consumer side of things, it's more people on having to spend money on fewer platforms, getting to play more games. Will it lead to potentially a monopoly or something? Maybe, could. But at the end of the day, that's what I'm really game for, is people being able to buy games and play them on their preferred consoles. And Sony's not playing nice either. Like, Sony's not giving God of War to Xbox. So it's not necessarily true that Xbox is going to have that same benefit moving forward. But I think that as far as consumers go, especially PlayStation consumers right now, I think the ability to be able to play those Xbox games is a really, really cool feature, and it's going to prevent them from having to spend money, and it is going to prevent fanboyism a little bit. So I think it's all a nice thing right now, at least for the consumer. Sony isn't getting cocky, and they've already been cocky since midway through the PS4. True, that's true. Well, they were cocky around the launch of the I don't know if you remember the Boomerang controller. They were kind of cocky around the PS3 even. And And the problem that I have with this is I've been playing Xbox and PlayStation since their first generations, of course. And PlayStation 1 was amazing. And then I played Xbox versus PS2. And for me, it was just no competition. It was Xbox. I loved the vast amount of PlayStation games, but the PlayStation didn't seem to run as well in some instances, though graphically it was superior in some other instances. And the controller didn't fit my hands, which were, I was knocking my thumbs off the thumbsticks constantly. So I was like, this is just not it. PlayStation 3 versus Xbox 360. I thought Xbox 360, save for the battery pack, had the best controller ever. The second best controller ever, second to the Super Nintendo controller. And then they've just kind of expanded on that. And I personally think the PS5 is the best controller they've ever had. And I argue it's one of the better controllers in the top 5. But I still would argue that except for in fighting games or games where you want the D-pad kind of adjacent to the button layout, I would argue that the Xbox controller remains one of the more superior controllers out there. So it's like, man, Microsoft has been doing all of these great things, and then people still will buy Sony. And I love Sony. Again, I'm not trying to be rude, but Microsoft has never motivated Sony to make changes. So now it's not going to be that either. It's just Microsoft taking a piece of that pie, which I think is fine. I like the Xbox by the 170. Oh, yeah. The Xbox One was a botched launch, though. I worked in the game industry. Okay, I think this is going to be the gentleman, so if you'll pardon me for a second, I'm going to run out and pay this guy, so 1 second. Okay. There we go. Sorry about that. Dun, 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 dun. Sony are now in the same conversation as Apple. I don't mean like how big they are, their profit. I mean how you have people who will buy Sony branded product no matter what. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. They were extremely arrogant at the launch of the PS3. It's the worst they've ever been. I remember. I remember $900 for a PlayStation 3 plus like a game when it came out. I think the 360 controller is genuinely awful. Yeah, 360 was up against PS3, and my hand doesn't fit on a PS3 controller. I mean, there's no way around it. The PS3 controller is too tiny for man-sized hands. So the 360 controller with the offset thumbsticks, at least my thumbs don't constantly knock themselves off of the thing. That's my thing. No, I don't think you can. I'm not gonna say it's objectively good, but like my hands, I have big hands. I have very big hands, and for the PlayStation 3, my thumbs couldn't both fit on the sticks at the same time, and I don't. And the thing is that a lot of people, one of the things that one of my buddies who's very PS3 orientated, he says is, well, why don't you just use the very tips of your thumb? And I was like, because unlike the Xbox, which made concave thumbsticks where the tip of your thumb could fit, Sony made bleeding convex thumbsticks where your thumbs are more likely to slip off, as well as, and this is something you probably won't know unless you've worked in the gaming industry, if you put the Sony console, if you put it in the controller, if you put it in a package or whatever, something to preserve it, to keep it safe, to put wherever you set it up, or if you just let it set for overtime and don't use it, there's something we call thumbstick sweat. Only Sony controllers would sweat. The thumbsticks will actually, there's a chemical issue, and the thumbsticks will sweat. It's one of the biggest issues you would have at a game store, is they would be put in the bag and just sit there, and because they would sit there, they would sweat. And so it was like, the thumbsticks are too close together. The D-pad's not very good. Now, granted, the Xbox D-pad was terrible also, so I'm not giving them points there. The R2, R1 buttons aren't great because triggers, in most cases you're playing a shooter, you want a trigger, even though the games were great, by the way, at that time, Killzone, Resistance, etc. And then the thumbsticks are way too close together for anyone that has moderately decent sized hands, and my hands are big. I have very big hands. And then you made them so you can't even use just the tips of your thumbs, because I use the kind of the full of my thumb before the knuckle. They made the thumbsticks convex, so your thumbs are going to slip off of them more easily than if they had made a concave thumbstick. So with the Xbox One, especially the Xbox One, I mean the Xbox, which I don't care as much for the triggers on the Xbox Series X or Xbox One controller, but still works fine. It was like, they're offset, so even if I use the whole of my thumb, I'm not going to bump into myself. Even if I'm looking to the top left and moving to the bottom right at the same time, I'm not going to knock myself off the thumbsticks. The D-pad's not great, so I'm not going to give them points there, but the triggers are really good. The bumpers feel good, and the sticks are concave, so my thumbs actually can fit into the crook or are less likely to slip off, and they are less prone to sweat. It was like, man, I can't do it. So that was my thing, is 360 controller minus the battery pack in the back with the fingers having to curl. But yeah, I was going to put that the top. I mean, the PS2, PS3 controllers, and PS1 to some extent, except the non thumbstick version of the PS1 controller, I love. I think it's one of the better controllers. I think it's on par. I think the PS1 controller without analog sticks is on par with the Super Nintendo controller. It's really good. But the minute you start getting analog controllers, I argue the first 3 generations of PlayStation controller fall into my bottom, like it's in the bottom 10 for me. Probably bottom, bottom, it's probably like number 6 from the bottom. Because I didn't like the ColecoVision controller very much. The Atari Jaguar is a little clunky, so but it's down. Those are down there. Those are pretty low for me. PS4 is very moderate, a lot better, and then PS5, the controller is brilliant. I love the PS5. PS5 controller's in the top 5 controllers of all time, easily. It's great. The only thing I like, the trick, that's fair. Yeah, my hands are too big to use the other ones. As a matter of fact, I actually bought an Xbox style controller that works with my PlayStations so that I could play my games, because I can't. It was so frustrating to play any game whatsoever on it because I would always knock one of my thumbs off the sticks. It was so frustrating. If Xbox players were buying games, they wouldn't be selling them on other platforms. Due to the Game Pass, they've taught their players not to buy anything at all. Not all, but most. Well, there's a large... That's true, but at the same time, it's kind of not a terrible move. And the thing about it is, it's kind of like Sony. Microsoft doesn't need the Xbox to succeed as much as Sony needs the PlayStation to succeed. We know this from their projections. Firstly, Sony has lost year over year since at least 2019 in other electronics, save for sales of their PlayStation consoles, whereas Microsoft is doing wonderfully. So even if the Xbox fails, they've got all of their Microsoft-based PCs, gaming PCs, and hardwares that they collaborate on. They also sell all of the operating systems for all of those things. So anytime anybody buys a Windows 10 or Windows 11 copy, they get residuals every time somebody uses their browser, like over someone else's browser. So they don't really need. I mean, we know this from the projections that they gave out in 2020, as well as that have continued on to now. Microsoft doesn't need the Xbox to be all that successful. They really don't, in order for them to be. Whereas we do know Sony's kind of got a lot of it pinned on the PlayStation 5 being both expensive and successful. And designer, I would say from a business perspective, it being the designer console is kind of the best move for them. It's just not consumer friendly. And so now what Microsoft is doing is they're saying, well, if we put our stuff on the PlayStation, we also get a percentage of that, because we know the PlayStation has, for 3 generations, at least 4 generations, 2, 3, 4, 5, has outsold us. So now all we do is we get a piece of that pie if we put our games on that console. And it's like, well, yeah. yeah, you do. And people will. I mean, people will buy. It's my issue with Sony too. They've taught their players not to even give the game a chance unless it's a $100 million budget graphical showcase. Yeah, that's true. I agree. It's definitely a designer brand. I get why they're doing it. I don't agree with them doing it, but I understand. The non-thumbstick controller. Yeah, I agree. That is up there to me next to like Super Nintendo. Like, that's pretty close. It's honestly, you know what? I'll put it up there. I'll give it. I'll knock whatever's in number 2 down. Which was Xbox. I'll knock that down because I do agree. I think the PlayStation without thumbstick controller is the next best. I think Super Nintendo's still better for me, but yeah, I'll give the no thumbstick version number 2 for sure because I really like that controller. The only reason they buy like crazy is that they don't have to rely on Xbox. It's why they're able to miss Game Pass. That's just never making any real profit. Or why they buy multiple companies for billions. Yeah, I mean, they've got... The thing about it is they have that much money. And it's like... That's a benefit and a detriment, right? The detriment is that they don't have to care about Xbox. The benefit is they don't have to care about Xbox, right? So the detriment is they don't have to care about how well Xbox does, which means that they can let it go by the wayside. But the benefit is they're not worried as much about making every little penny on Xbox, which means they can afford to kind of just give a little bit there. And I think they've done a decent job of that. Obviously it's all business motivated. It's not from the kindness of anyone's heart. But arguably, if you have Game Pass, you can sit down and play Clair Obscur all the way through. You can sit down and play a whole bunch of let's say you pass a game every 2 weeks. You're paying $20 a month, and you can pass 2 $40 or $60 games a month. That's a pretty good value proposition. You didn't have to go out and buy those extra games. That saved you that money, and you didn't lose out on the experience. And you can say, well, you lost out on the experience of ownership. Nobody seems to care about that anymore. It'd be great if they cared about Xbox. It depends. Maybe it would be great if they cared about Xbox. Or maybe it would be like it is with Sony, where they decide that they're going to try and care about making every nickel and dime on every single little platform that comes out, or everything that comes out that's platform exclusive. See, you want enough of a blind eye that they don't rely on that, and they're willing to give beyond perhaps what is reasonable. If they care about what I think is arguably the best outcome is that they care about the people that play Xbox. Because if they care about just the Xbox, again, that's Sony cares about the PlayStation. But I would argue that the practices that they have aren't really doing a lot of... I would argue that the practices that they're doing aren't really a big thing. Nick Vieira, play the game. We usually do a thing... Welcome in, by the way. We usually do a thing beforehand where we just kind of chat, or we just kind of talk about whatever the subject is before I jump in. So I've played this game a couple of times through. I love it, but we usually take a time to kind of just talk about things. So... You'll have to forgive me, and this is one of the things I've put up there. I'm a little bit older, so I'm perhaps a little bit... I take things a little bit slower. But yeah, I think that's the idea. I don't think game subscriptions will ever be as profitable or as movie or show subscriptions. That form of entertainment is just consumed. So I agree with you. I completely agree with you. But that's the thing that I like about it, is the game subscriptions are being offered knowing that they're not going to be as profitable. So as a result of that, you end up with there being more of a give, I guess, than perhaps was intended. That's what I think. And I hope that that's the case. I really do. Show me the lightsaber. Yeah, patience is a virtue, I understand. But I also understand. I mean, there's a stream saying that, and if you're not familiar with the fact that we do talks at the very beginning, then, it might be something where it's like, that's, it might be a little bit jarring. I understand both sides. So I just wanted to set the expectation that we usually talk ahead of time, and then we jump in. Maybe I should disclaim it on the channel. Maybe I should put a disclaimer there so people don't walk in disappointed. But anyway, yeah, that's my thing. I think it's all right. I enjoy it for what it is, and it seems like I said, I enjoy both sides. PlayStation has kind of become the designer company. I love PlayStation. I wish it wasn't. Sony has, I guess. And Microsoft has kind of become the all-over company, and I think that that's got benefits and detriments. But for right now, for the consumer, I think it's all right. I think it's not too bad. But since we have a gentleman here who's wanting to see the game, I guess we will jump into it. We've been talking now for about an hour and a half, so that's pretty fair. So let's go ahead and we'll just gently drop this out. If you haven't heard the music there, I think it's really cool. It's that theme is the Mandalorian theme, obviously, but then they build it into Grachua Khan, for anybody who doesn't know. I want to see... Forget this noise. I want to see Cal's ginger hair. Well, yeah, there you go. Kind of. Looks kind of blondish here. They put Grachua Khan, for anybody who's a Star Wars fan there. Grachua Khan is the main theme of Star Wars Republic Commando, which is a phenomenal game. So it's Republic Commando is that's the main theme, and then they mixed it into the Mandalorian, which I think is really cool. Okay, let's see here. I have some skills. It's actually Shao Kahn. No, it's Grachua Khan. Alright, let's see what I have here. 4 skills ready. Turn that down. It's very loud in my ears. Double-bladed dual wield. Let's take a look at survival. I usually do survival first just because... Greater reflexes. Block meter fills faster. Then we have expert survival, maximum life increase. I need 2 points for that. Perfected stim formula. So I'm going to wait. I'm going to go ahead and get it. I'm going to save that up. Get my maximum vitality. I will tell you by the time, I'll have a lot of this done really well. I hate the fact that I have to put a point into this. You get a free respec towards the end, which I probably will use, because I'm not playing it on... I've played this through on, again, Jedi Master. I'm playing it through separately on Jedi Grandmaster. This is just Jedi Knight. But I will tell you the last fight is tough, so there will be a respec that I do probably then to... There'll be a respec that I do then to try and get everything, because when we get down to the last styles, I'm only going to really be using 2 styles, and that's going to be Double Blade, and for those of you who don't know, a style that has yet to come. Okay. Let me see. I need to pay attention to it. So open the gate. Take a peek at this. Make sure. Okay. Yeah, I did all that. All right. Good.
That's the gate Z told us about.
Again, this is a pretty game. There's a lot about this that I really like. A lot of inspiration, I think, was taken to. I think there was a lot of inspiration taken from the Soulsborne games, as well as from the Soulsborne games, as well as potentially from games like The Witcher, because of the way of this open world, in particular. I know there's a challenge point over here. We'll just climb up here, though. Grab this meditation point real quick. And that's it. That's the whole game. I don't know, man. The streamer looks at the menus too much. Attention span. Unsubscribe.
Okay, I'm ready.
I can't get up. Can I get up there without a netco? I think I can. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's there. I mean, I get it. Like a lot of people, I call it. Uh-oh. B1. I don't want that. Oh. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I've been playing too much Witcher, and the the block button is different. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the block button is different on Witcher. I've been playing Witcher 2. The block button's actually the right trigger. And yeah, on Witcher 2, the console block button's actually right trigger. So I have to. Let me step over here for a second. So it's L1 on this. I just have to remember. I call it the TikTok attention span. It is one of the things that I think that I was going to say. Can I get the sneak attack in? Okay, that's fine. I just want to see what's up here. Uh-oh, it's of these. Let's go ahead and grab a stem.
Help, BD.
There we go. Oh, it's one of these. I can't even open this yet. Gosh dang it.
Do your magic, BD.
Oh, I can open this one. All right, what'd I get? Okay, tactical pants. Was it worth it? No, not really. That's okay. I can just go down here and rest. I'll get my stems and health back, so no big deal. No, I was gonna say, I call it the TikTok attention span, and I get it. Like, I don't do the same thing, and I'm not blaming anybody I'm not blaming anybody of doing this. I'm just saying it's a common thing now. But it's like a lot of people want to see stuff. You know, they want to see stuff quick. They want to see stuff.
I need to clear my mind.
That, you know, they want to see everything resolve in 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, and it's like, take time. There was a guy, I saw a thing the other day. Ironically, it was a short, but it was a long short, and I'm always happy with that. It was in the middle of, I was listening to an hour and an hour and a half long video about, again, talking Witcher, all of the choices Geralt would make in the, like, book Geralt would make, and of course I'm a big fan of the books also. And but it was every choice that Geralt would actually make in the game from his book character from the canon. It's like, all right. And this short popped up, and the guy said, we need to normalize non-awkward pauses. Okay, I don't actually need to fight you, so let's okay. There we go. He says we need to normalize non-awkward pauses and appropriate silence during conversation. And I thought, this is the challenge point I was talking about.
Let's see if
Oh no, that's just a priorite shard. All right, fine. There was a challenge shard over here somewhere, I thought, but maybe not. But anyway, it was him saying, you know, we just need to normalize moments of, you know, not awkward pauses, just moments of enjoying the silence and so on and so forth. And I was like, that's such a great thing, just to take time to talk to someone and then let them answer and then absorb their answer in silence for a minute before responding. How cool is that? Or how nice is that? So we've even given up on that. We've kind of just been like, no, we need things to resolve. We need things to, you know. Again, I'm not blaming anybody here for that. I'm not necessarily saying that that's what anybody here was doing. It's just one of those things where, if it was, then I think taking things slow. Here's the thing: you're going to live life to the end. You should never be in a hurry to get there more quickly than you need to. And if you're in this fear of missing out phase where it's like, I need to experience as much as I can before I die, don't do that. You won't enjoy what you experience as much as if you had just experienced fewer things more fully. It's so common in videos, too. People can't deal with any type of silence. They need to edit in noise or word. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. I think a lot of people, too... Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine there. I think it's also a thing that's kind of occurred, or what I've noticed is slipping, is a lot of people have decided to opt for listening to videos in the background and such, more than even just listening to good old music in a lot of cases. Which I think is a shame. I listen to audiobooks too, though, to be fair, so I mean, that's kind of the same thing, I suppose. But listening to... Another prior shard. Listening to just the music, like taking a moment to just look. And to listen to the music. Listen to that music. I mean, the music of this game is beautiful, by the way. Tactical. Oh, that's pretty cool, I guess. Like, look at the... Oh, well. One of my favorite things to do, though, is some... Even in a game, even in games. Again, this game is one of the great ones to do this in. Again, The Witcher 3 is great to do this in. Witcher 2 is great to do it in. Jedi Fallen Order is great to do it in. Outlaws is okay to do it in, depending on where you are. But, like, just to take a moment to look at this. Like, look at how beautiful the little pools in every all of these little pools are that look almost like geodes. How beautiful is that? And then just listen to the music. I adore getting to do that in games. Just beautiful. Respawn did such a phenomenal job on this game. I listen to podcasts. Maybe I'm part of the problem, but I actually listen to them. I don't fast forward or speak slower. Yeah. No, I don't think that's a part of the problem. I don't think it's a part of the problem to ingest the content. I think it's just the complexity of the content seems to have upped so much that we forget the simple things. Like, we forget just getting to enjoy, like, this isn't impressive. Like, look at this. Look at the water. Look at the, and this is, I think this has ray tracing and such on it. I'm not positive. We're playing on the Series X. I think it does. I'm fairly certain it does. But, like, look at this. Look at the rippling effect. This didn't exist when I was a kid. Your character wasn't more than a couple of pixels. Like, again, I played Pitfall when I was growing up. Pitfall Harry is like 3 pixels, right? Or it's not quite that bad, but he's 8 pixels maybe, like, right? He's little. He's this, and it's like, or Adventure, you're one little square. It's like a little yellow block. And now we're this. Like, and everybody's kind of like, whatever, just play. It's like, look at this. And I'm not saying that this, again, I'm not saying that guy did this. I'm saying it's a problem that I do have with the people who do. Like, look at this. Look at the ripple. He does. Streamer, stop staring at the sky and play something. Squirrel. Yeah, I don't know. Just, oh man, it's so beautiful. Look at the ripple. I just love this. I love this so much. I remember when water, even on the Xbox, even the PlayStation 2, where water was just this, and it's so beautiful. Like, just beautiful. You can actually live in this kind of wilderness vicariously, because I live in a desert, right? This kind of stuff, water is not good here. I live in a desert. We drink what we can get, because we don't get much, okay? Glorious ginger hair swaying in the breeze. Hey, you got to be honest with you. If that's a true representation of what is it, Cameron Monaghan's hair, he does have a great head of hair. I mean, let's be fair. I'm older than Monaghan, obviously. I think Monaghan may only be in his late 20s. So yeah, I'm older than Monaghan by a bit. But I do actually. It's one of the things I'm very proud of. I do have a good head of long hair and a good beard. So. Other things we take for granted. Uh-oh, it's Bedlam Raiders. We're fine. We got this. Did he just trip over his own shoe or something? Alright, there was the dodge.
I'll never stop fighting.
Well, if I kill you, you don't have a choice. Oh, shoot. Things went badly. They started coordinating. There we go. I love the finishers, too. That's really cool. You're 64, right? Somewhere around there. Let's see here. Did I already do that? Yeah, I already activated the shortcut. Cool. So one of the cool things about this, I could go back and meditate, but obviously it would do me no good, because then the Bedlam Raiders that I just fought would come back.
For something.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have a good... I'm very happy that I still have a good head of long hair. It's actually tied back into a ponytail right now. So there are little things we take for granted, you know?
Here we go.
Take a sip of my coffee real quick. Very nice coffee. Coffee and a little bit of honey. And a little bit of Kalon cinnamon. There we go. But yeah, I love the fact that you can now live kind of vicariously. And one of the first games I think did this actually really, really well was Tomb Raider.
Out here somewhere.
The new Tomb Raiders.
Forward is to cut through.
I loved the old Tomb Raiders when they came out and I played them, but I think the new Tomb Raiders were great at that too. Just really, really enthralling in that way.
Looks like it's blocked.
Heights Storytime says, "Hey there, how are you enjoying the game so far?" I've played this game several times. I love this. I've passed it on Jedi Master I own this on both Xbox and PlayStation. Passed it on Jedi Master. I'm working through it again on Jedi Grandmaster. This is just a Jedi Knight playthrough for fun. Like, I love this game. But thank you so very much for checking in on me on this. I love it. Like I said.
Catch that too, BD?
As many times as I've played it, there's still 1,000 things I haven't learned about it, and I'm not very good at it, except for the fact that I'm tenacious and won't give up until I succeed. Okay, that's why. I need to go and push that rock. I was looking around and I was too enthralled in the environment that I wasn't paying attention to what was going on. Okay, I hate these things. You can normally just pull them towards you, but I hate them. Okay. Not necessary, but I'm doing it anyway. There we go.
Found another shard.
If you make that rock right there, there's a cave you can just get a... To midichlorian emporium, where they have unlit. My goodness. Did I Star Wars right? Not quite. Oh, is he still doing that? No, I didn't need you to do that. I'm sorry. I need to come over here and push those in real quick. There we go. Now, would you do me a favor?
Let's try that again.
BD, please. Okay. All right, fine. He's liking it. It'd be cool if he had more Star Wars knowledge. He misses. I've been involved in Star Wars since the beginning. What are you talking about? I don't know everything though, for darn sure. And new Star Wars confuses the heck out of me a lot. So.
What'd you find, buddy?
But again, that's what I'm saying. When I grew up, there wasn't any episode 1, episode 2, episode 3. It was just 4. You know, you just had episodes 4 and then 5 and 6. But those space chickens are the worst. They are. The easiest way to get rid of them is if you see them ahead of time, because they have an unblockable attack that I hate. But if you pay attention to them and you catch them ahead of time, you can use force pull, hold them up, and then just chop them in half there. That's usually what I do, but I didn't pay enough attention. He only asked if you're enjoying it. We don't need your life story. Well, when I was 3, see, space chicken, and then you can just... That's how I usually try to get rid of them, because they have an unblockable charge that you have to dodge if you're not. So... I love Beatty. He's so cute.
Some of these rock columns are loose.
Do you think space chickens taste like regular chickens? Probably. A lot of meat tastes like chicken meat that isn't chicken meat, if you can believe it. What would Jar Jar taste like? Gamey seafood, which is not a good combination. The space chickens are probably a bit spicier. Hey, that would be cool, though, if they were. Okay, Okay, there's one of these that you can wall run up of, but that's not it. And I don't have any Neckos nearby to help me run up there. Alright. I'm going to take a peek around real quick. I have to remember... The biggest problem that I have with this game is the pathing. I just forget a lot of... That's what I was looking for. I was trying to remember if this was the one or... There are some of those you just can't do anything. You just have to have an echo. But if I do this right, I should run into a little settler lady up here.
What do you think this array is, buddy? Centauri Kree said it held the key to Tanalor. Z seems to think so too. Only one way to find out.
There's another thing I think is really cool is...
I don't think they saw us. Let's move.
Another thing I think is really cool about this is I like the story of this, and I love the story of Fallen Order. Here's the thing, I wish we would have gotten to see more Terran Malicos. I wish he would have broken out of the stone prison we effectively left him in, and we would have gotten to see more of him, because he was such an intriguing character to me. Whereas Dagon... They say Dagon. Dagon sounds right to me, but I know it's Dagon. Dagon. You're going to be say Dagon. Dagon Gera is cool, but he's not as interesting to me as Terran was. Have you played this? Yes. This is me playing it on... it's been a minute, but this is me playing it on Jedi Knight. I have passed it on Jedi Master. I'm doing a playthrough on my personal time on Jedi Grandmaster, and then this is my Jedi Knight playthrough. But I've not played it on the channel before. I just wanted to come back to it, so... I have to remember things, so I'm looking at all the odds and ends, because I need 10 priorite shards for what I'm needing, because I get an extra stem, so I'm trying to find all the priorite if I can. I have 9 right now, so I'm not that far off. Yeah, Star Wars is... Again, I've been into Star Wars... I've been doing Star Wars stuff for decades at this point. Now, the game... I know this game hasn't been out that long. I got it day 1. Because I'm a big fan. But as far as Star Wars in general, yeah, I'm a decades-long fan. I was a fan before the prequel trilogy hit the theaters, so...
Raiders don't like the MCU.
I've been around a minute with the Star Wars stuff, for sure. Okay, I'm actually going to let them fight this out while I take a look over here real quick. Okay, it doesn't let me grab that. I was going to see if it would let me grab onto that. Okay. One of my favorite things about open world anythings is falling off of maps, just trying to discover what you can do. Oh, it's not. Okay, I thought it was a Bedlam Raider. It's not. It's a Scout Trooper. We're fine. There. Okay. just take that shield from you. Thank you kindly. What's your favorite Star Wars? Okay, I'm assuming that that was done facetiously, but when you say, are you asking what my favorite Star Wars anything is? If you're asking, like, I will tell you one of my least favorite actually comes from this world too. The book Battle Scars, between this one and the other, is utter garbage. You want a good love story for Star Wars? Don't read that book. Read, in my opinion, read. What would I recommend? Dark Disciple. Read that book. That's a good book. There we go. If you want Star Wars romance.
I'm gonna drop on these bucket heads.
Okay. Let's see. Can I drop in on the shield guy? Probably not. It's fine.
We're gonna make you pay.
Oh, what? There we go. I wasn't paying enough attention. I got hit by a shot. Son of a gun. I was looking for a challenge when this game released. In my initial playthrough, I selected Jedi Master difficulty. Bit of a mistake on my part, but I was able to complete that last fight, especially. So I like to do things on difficult, and so now I'm doing Jedi Grandmaster. Again, this is Jedi Knight because I don't want everybody to be bored while I'm here. But it's definitely a challenging game. I definitely struggled with my Jedi Master playthrough, and I am struggling with my Grandmaster playthrough.
Shot and trampled anything that got in their way.
It's not that I'm good, it's just that I'm resilient. I don't mind doing the same level 500 times over and over again. That doesn't bother me, so. But I did do that last. I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody who hasn't played this, because the last fight is a spoiler, but man, that last fight.
There it is again. Why? I don't see anything.
Oh, son of a gun. God dang it.
I saw something fly by. This place has you seeing things.
Okay, here we go.
Stop! Intruder!
Oh, gosh dang it. I didn't... Okay, fine.
Get the enemy!
Oh. Got him. I hit that. Let's see. This is got Battlestar Galactica. Let's see. Can't wait for a third game within the franchise. Nope. I agree. I think a third game would be great. They're definitely making a third. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that we know they are, actually. I think that they've made announcements on that. Yeah, Battlescar. It's not a good... I don't think it's a good book. If you're into the books, I don't think it is. If you want a good romance, Star Wars romance, Dark Disciple is my favorite by far. I love that book. And it's Asajj Ventress and Quinlan Vos, which we get to actually see a little bit more from the... what is it? Tales from the Underground that came out? We actually get to see a little bit more of that, and I think it's really... Uh-oh! Almost was too late on that. Okay, I'm not doing this. I'm just going to do the platforming part here. I didn't... I pulled it out, but I didn't pull it out on time. I forgot it takes a minute. I didn't pull it out on time, and I just fell. I thought I was going to be able to grab onto the end and as it came out, but I was... That was dumb. Oh, God dang it. I got to remember where I'm supposed to go on this. What lightsaber do you think fits to Cal? Uh-oh. See, I was hoping to do that when I was hoping to grab onto that when I pulled. Cal to me, let's see. That's a good question. Cal to me seems probably like a... I feel like Cal would either be... I think... Okay, let me put it this way. I think Cal's probably Jarkai. Okay, so Jarkai is 2 separate lightsabers. Jarkai dual blade fencing is what it's called, and the lightsabers are supposed to be different lengths. The one on the right hand is supposed to be regular, which we see it is, and then the one on the left hand is supposed to be called a Shoto, which is the short one. I think this version of Cal, though, I think probably Blaster I feel like he's more of that kind of scrapper, so I feel like he's lightsaber and blaster. That's what I feel like. I could be wrong. It's not what I'm going to use with him because that's not what I'm good at. Not that I'm exactly good at any of this, but what I will use most favorably when I get him will be
this journey. Of course, back in Kree's day, there was no empire to contend with. What I would give this
double and cross. Come on. There we go. What are your thoughts on ginger protagonists? They're fine. I mean, Alloy's pretty cool too. So, all right, is this the encampment? Yeah, this is the encampment we're talking about. Cool. Let's go ahead and scan. Come on.
Easy. I'm not looking for trouble.
You notice my weapon's not out. I'm not looking for trouble either. I want to pet this thing. Gosh dang it. I love these guys.
All right.
Super cute. I love those things. Can you pet the dog? Yeah, can you pet the bogling? I knew that was going to be the achievement. I know I can pet the bogling. I love petting them. All right, hello, little Twillick.
My friend.
Mother of Moons, that's a relief. I'm useless in a fight. Came to see that incredible High Republic structure. Didn't expect to have to fight off beasts with my feet.
So now I'm going to give a Star Wars nerd piece here.
Rambling. Bad habit. I'm Toa, by the way.
I'm Cal. This is BD1. Listen, the Empire...
I'm going to let him talk real quick, and then I'm going to give you a nerd fact.
Head back to the Reach.
I think I will take you up on that.
So, most Twi'leks are supposed to come from one planet, but most Twi'leks are in indentured servitude, so they come from multiple planets. You can tell by her accent she probably came from their home planet of Ryloth. Ryloth has kind of a mild French accent. They speak Basic and Huttese. Those are the official languages of the planet, but... those are the planet official languages, but that is... You could hear that she kind of had, when speaking English or Basic, that she kind of had a mild French accent.
A spy droid.
That tells us that she is very probably from Ryloth, directly.
Keep your eyes peeled.
I know that's a lot. I told you I'm a nerd. I've loved Star Wars for many decades. So
Let's try not to end up like that guy.
okay. I love that you just look at. So we don't want to fight him if we can help it. Somehow he knows we're here, so we're just going to run by him. God dang it! It's a Mogu, by the way. Mogus are basically forest wampas. So the creature that went after Luke Skywalker on Hoth. Mogus are the... There we go. Mogus are the, like, forest version. But it's basically the same creature. Alright. So here's another stim pack increase for me. Do you think it said Darth Plague Noose, where the Jedi were having would have been redeemed? Good. You're gonna have your own. You're gonna have your own world, as diverse and as ridiculously expansive as the Star Wars universe. You keep up like that. When we go back to Doma Dendra, we're also gonna get another stim pack there because once I have another piece of Priorite. But yeah, I'm a Star Wars nerd. Anybody who is shocked by that, deepest apologies. I have loved Star Wars for a very long time. I read the books. Again, Star Wars and Ash, you once asked me this. Star Wars and Witcher, like those. I've been a fan of Witcher since the books came to English. So that's not been terribly long. 20 years maybe. Perhaps a little over, just because I think we had the Hexer in 2000 or 2001. It seems like I remember. But, and then we have Star Wars, and Star Wars obviously I've been a fan of far longer. Those are the two that I am just very big fan of. Okay, so let's go into skills here. I'm going to go ahead and increase my health bar again. Again, I'll probably use a respec. You should watch a new... It's only my second favorite Star Wars movie ever. Alright, let's get... So in resilience, I'm going to go up to give my maximum life. Okay. Yeah, okay, cool. And again, this point's wasted. This will be respec'd eventually. That's why I'm not putting... If you're asking why am I not putting extra points into lightsaber, I will put... Eventually, I'll put points into double-bladed. I'm not going to put any points probably into dual-wield. And then these two other forms, when we unlock them later, I'll put... I'll get one of them. I'll max one of those two out also. So... And then I'll start putting stuff... You'll start seeing stuff like on telekinesis and stuff like that. So, but this is what I normally do. It's probably a silly way to do it, but it works. Works for me. There we are. Nice. You know what? This is where I put my meditation. This is where I put my meditation. I put it in the water. Okay. Now I remember this part getting turned around. Because I think the little entryway is a little esoteric here. Okay, I can't open this one yet.
This terminal will have to wait.
And the elevator doesn't work, but I need to target that. I think I target... There it is. No power.
Don't think I can call the lift from here.
Yep. And I believe... I gotta remember... Like I said, the pathing is a little wonky on some of this. I have to remember exactly where it is. But I always get a little hung up here because I forget where the heck the thing is. I forget if it's a crack in the wall. Do you think Han would have managed to survive on Dago's bar if he hadn't sold Chewie to the racists? On Dago's bar, huh? He didn't sell Chewie to anybody either. You've seen Solo, right? So you know that Wookiees are. I know I always get caught up here. I called it ahead of time because I remember every time I'm here I get caught up. It's funny you say that though because you probably already know this. Wookiees are one of the two major enslaved species in Star Wars. The other one is Twi'leks. Okay. I gotta remember where the heck... every time I'm here, every single time I'm here, I forget where the heck I'm supposed to go. Every bleeding time. The problem I have with Wookiees is that they aren't white humans. We don't know what color their skin is. We know they're not humans for certain, but we don't know what color their skin is, really. We don't really shave them down. It's against the Wookiee code to shave also, so... Okay, hold on. I'm going to hop back here real quick. I always forget when I'm here. This is the part where I always lose... Wait. I'll pull up my map. Okay, so there's the elevator I can't call. Whoops. I need to... Come on. It's my meditation point. And then what I need is way the heck over here. I remember. That's going to be the puzzles section. If Cal was a brunette, I reckon he wouldn't be hated by anyone. Just a theory. Is Cal hated by people? I think Cal's kind of cool. And he's played by a guy that's literally been the Joker in a Batman series, has been a Star Wars character, has been, I mean, he's been some big characters in big franchises. See, here's what I don't understand. It says 100% explored. Okay, all right. So I guess we're gonna go all the way back. What is this over here? That's the rumor. Okay, let's go that way then, I guess. We'll go all the way. It says this is an undiscovered area. So maybe I just took the wrong turn. I think I would be a better bounty hunter than a Jedi. I would be a Sith wholeheartedly. Like, without a shadow of doubt, I would be a Sith. Because we talked about the philosophies behind Jediism and behind being a Sith, right? I remember now where I'm supposed to go. There's a down path right over here that I'm supposed to have taken. And then there's another path over here. No, it's not over here. It's right over here. Where is it? I have to remember exactly where it is. There's another path. Is it over here and then to the... There's another... I know there's another path. I just have to remember. It's another land path. Yeah, no, I'd be a Sith 100% because we've already talked about the philosophies, right? It is a little hard still to move this map for me. We talked about the different philosophies that led into Sith versus Jedi. And of those philosophies, you have basically Buddhism, which is a form of replacement theology, which is, there is no this, there is that, there is no this, there is that, etc., right? And then there it is. Well, no, that's a test temple. I mean, we could do it, right? That's I think that's just a temple for testing, though. We'll do it. It's fine. Uh-oh. Luckily, I was paying attention. It did not let me pull the... It didn't let me pull the rope. That's better.
What do you say, buddy? Up for a little detour?
There we go. Too many silence, not enough noise. Unsubscribe. No, anyway, I'm sorry. I was trying to focus on... I always get turned around at this part, and... I know this is a detour, but it's something, well, I think. Because I always freaking get messed up.
Welcome, Jedi.
Centauri Kree.
Oh, I know what this one is. I remember this one.
We must walk is not always immediately visible to us.
Yeah, I know.
Through patience,
Yeah.
careful thought
Yeah, I remember.
of the Force, will the way appear.
Okay, so we will... Nope. Pull, thank you. I need this. Bridge. Where I can then grab this. Set it here for a second. Push that. Grab this. They'll disappear if you don't get them real quick. I'll get that in a minute. There we are. We'll get on this lift. We'll pop this in there. Okay. kind of Breath of the Wild nonsense is this? Yeah. Look, that's paying attention as he sprints off the edge. It didn't let me grab the rope on time, or I didn't hit the button on time, one of those, but...
Well, I hope it's worth all this effort.
It's Tanalore. You'll hear that word a lot. Yeah, it's definitely got some Breath of the Wild puzzle elements, which is fine. This isn't what makes anything unique, so it's kind of like, whatever, you know. The little force puzzle challenges. There are other challenges too, which are way harder, by the way. I'll just say that right off the bat. Oh, I need to... Can I reach it from here? I bet I can. I need this ball right here. Oh, that one. Yeah. Yeah, it definitely feels a little bit Breath of the Wild. It's a little bit more responsive in my opinion because Breath of the Wild points in a kind of wonky way. Okay, so we're going to grab this echo right here.
Dead end? What's the point of this? Okay. No, I can figure this out.
Okay. It's not even a hard puzzle, to be fair. I don't believe, if I remember correctly. I'm gonna take a peek over here, make sure there's nothing else to gain. What'd you see, BD? Little cave painting. And then we have this guy here. There it is. 10th shard of priorite. Oh, it's a data disk, son of a gun. I wanted priorite. Alright, fine. Data disks are fine, but I don't usually buy as much from Z as I do from Dendra, so... Alright. You... BD has the attention span of a current day human. Yeah, he gets distracted pretty easily. He sure does. I carry on, give me PTSD. Yeah, good point. I mean, I know that that's in jest, but I also know that that's in part not in jest. So, I'm glad that you're feeling a lot better, though. Okay. Gives me a new perk. I have 2 slots open, so that should be fine. And we just turn that around and boop, 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 boop. I don't think this opens, does it? Is that one does open? Is that, yeah, that leads me back. Okay, cool. Yeah, that leads me back to... That's the whole thing solved. That was pretty quick, see? But I'll go back to what you said about being a bounty hunter versus a Jedi. I said I'd be a Sith. And the reason that is again, we've talked about the philosophies behind, or at least what seem to be motivating philosophies, behind the 2 major factions, right? Bounty hunters are bounty hunters, right? We know what they are because we have them in real life. And it's basically, they're motivated by getting a job done and coin and yada, yada, yada. Then you have... I'm going to try to run by the Mogu here. They are very fast. Okay. Then you have the Jedi, and the Jedi are motivated by basically Buddhist kind of replacement theologies, where there is no emotion, right? That's the very first thing. There isn't this. We're going to replace it with that. There is no emotion. There is peace. There is no ignorance. There is knowledge. There is no, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have, excuse me, you have the Sith philosophy, which is kind of more Friedrich Nietzsche. And in being more Friedrich Nietzsche, it's like there is no. Hold on, I need to. There is no replacement theology. It is just kind of what it is. Yeah. And so in their case, it's peace is a lie. There's only passion. Through passion I gain. So it's a way it tells you effectively how to accomplish what you want or need to accomplish. What am I missing? I have to remember what I'm missing. Because I always screw this part. I always get lost in this part right here and screw this part up. I know that they have this, but I don't believe this is where I need to be. Remember Mogu Bogu? My General Grievances on General Grievances. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna check this out one more time. I cannot for the life of me. I hate this. This is always the part where I get turned around and I forget where the heck I'm supposed to go. Every single bleeding time. I hope with the third game they don't feel like they have to go bigger in scope. That was one of the big things that I was super happy to hear about in Witcher 4. Witcher 4's map's going to be about the same size as Witcher 3's. They're just going to focus on visiting a place that we haven't been before, which is Kovir, which I like a lot. I think that's a really good idea. Witcher 3 was a big game, but it wasn't overwhelming. At least it wasn't for me. Overwhelmingly big. I felt like I could kind of explore it at my leisure. It felt good for New Game Plus. There was enough to do. There was enough that I felt like a New Game Plus run would be fun, but I didn't feel compelled to do everything the first run through. But I felt like if I wanted to, that I could definitely, spend the time doing it, basically. And then on the other side of things, now what they're doing with 4 is they're going to Kovir, and Kovir is basically whenever kingdoms have mages and the mages are exiled, then they all go to Kovir because Kovir apparently is good and benevolent to mages. I think Witcher 3 is one of the most overwhelming games I've ever played. Oh no, I mean if you feel that way, obviously I can't. But no, yeah, it wasn't. To me, it was there was stuff to go on that felt like a living world to me in a lot of ways. But I didn't feel overwhelmed. I felt like, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on, and I don't have to take part in. There we go.
Tell us more about this.
God dang it. Okay, I think I'm just going to go all the way back, because I think that's what I'm doing wrong. I think I just need to go back much further than I am already. I think that's where the down path is over here and maybe to the left. Yep, that's exactly what it was. God dang it. Okay, cool. One of the best examples of, hey, what's that over there? See, I didn't do that. I definitely saw the things. Hold on, I'm going to pause for a second. I got a message. I definitely saw the things, but I didn't feel compelled to go do them. It was just, they were there to be done. Let's see. I've called Witcher 3 sidetracked the game many times. Yeah, no, I didn't have that problem just because I felt compelled to do. Oh, son of a gun. Let's see if I can drop attack.
Oh, it's the Jedi.
Let's do this. This will make this nice and easy.
Please don't hurt me.
Shouldn't have done that.
What does the Empire want with a backwater planet like Kobo?
Yeah, for me, it just wasn't. I just felt like, I mean, there were things I could do, but I didn't feel compelled to do it. And I felt like it was appropriate. When I felt compelled to do something, it was because I needed the coin, which is a big part of the books. Like, Geralt is not a wealthy man. The Witcher's code, basically, is you're on the path constantly. Your job is to earn coin by fighting beasts, and so you felt like that the whole time. So like when I needed to earn some coin, then I was like, okay, I need to find a contract. I'd go in, I'd get to notice board, it felt like what I would do, but it felt like, you know, I thought it felt good. I like it a lot. So they're keeping it the same with, apparently it's going to be the same size as 3 with 4, but it's going to be a place we've never been before, which is Kovir, which I think is awesome. So I'm excited about that. I don't know what the big thing is with, everybody seems to hate Ciri in this one too, and I really don't understand that. That's that attack I was talking about. Here we go. I don't understand why everybody seems to hate Ciri, though, so much. I think that's... Like, I don't get it. I think a lot of people... I understand, like, being concerned about the story a little bit, because I am, too, a little bit.
What'd you find?
They were like, why is Ciri a Witcher? And I thought, well, maybe she's not, but we know in the book she's been trained to be a Witcher. She just isn't. Oh, really? Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to focus on killing this thing. I find the metaphysical imagery particularly effective, interesting rhymic devices, which seemed to counterpoint the surrealism of the underlying metaphor of the humanity of the streamer's compassionate soul, which contrives through the medium of the narrative structure to sublimate this, transcend that, and come to terms with the fundamental dichotomies of the other. And one is left with a profound and vivid insight into whatever it is the stream was all about. I hope that is the case. Welcome in, by the way, Viddy. Why is Ciri a woman? A woman in my video games? Nice. I escaped from the Vogons. They forced me to tell them how good Retro Room Stream is, or was. Well, whoa. Poor guy. I got him caught up in the tree or something. No, he's just floating. That's just a glitch. That poor guy. These things are cute, though, aren't they? Look at that. I hate that I had to kill him, but he's okay. I think they're cute. Little nubby things, aren't they? We have a whole bunch of our pug. We have a golden chi, which is a golden retriever chihuahua mix. And we have a pug. Her name is Biddy. And they had puppies. So they have these little golden retriever chihuahua pug mix things. And they are the most adorable little nubby dogs I've ever seen in my life. So, speaking of that, I've always thought to do. I've always thought that to do what one does without doing what you don't want to do, often results in you not doing what you wanted to do. What he wanted you to do because you did it before. Good Lord. That was harder to read than it is to understand, and it's pretty impossible to understand. But anyway, yeah, no, I don't know. I thought people didn't like it.
But definitely doesn't look safe.
It's not safe. We have to stay out of it. So we have to go through it a couple of times. We're gonna go around it. It's gonna be a plot thing for a minute where it just is basically the floor is lava is what it's gonna become. No, they didn't. It wasn't. I think it was partially, in part because in part because they didn't want a female Witcher. We know in the books that Ciri was trained to be a Witcher. As a matter of fact, in Blood of Elves, that was one of the things that Triss was against. Is Triss was like, "Hey, you're not treating her like a lady. You're treating her like a Witcher, and she can be a Witcher, but she's also going to be a lady." And you've got to be. As a matter of fact, she was a lady coming into maturity, which means that she was having.
High Republic data disk. I bet Z would have some use for it.
She was having feminine trouble, anatomical feminine trouble. I'm trying to be polite about what I'm saying, but you know what I'm saying. And it was like, and so Triss kind of helps that whole thing get solved. And hey, pay attention to her. She's a lady, but she's being trained, and she's just as good in a lot of regards physically as the Witchers are, and that's what she's trained to be. she doesn't undergo the trial of the grasses, and she is a product of the Elder Blood.
Substance has anything to do with the array?
And so I think a lot of people started kind of getting frustrated because it was like, well, they were like, well, Ciri's not a Witcher. Technically, she shouldn't have to be. I agree with that because she has the Elder Blood, the power of the Elder Blood. So that's where I guess I wonder what happens. Like, why did she feel like... Because we can see her pupils are slitted in... whoops. In a way that you have to undergo the trial of the grasses to do that. But they're not yellow slitted, so maybe they found a safer way. Only 1 in 3 people who undergo the trial of the grasses survive. 48 people tried. 5 of them were women, the rest were men. Only 3 of the boys survived. But there's never any place in there that says that women can't be witchers. It's just low survival rate. So anyway, it's a lot of it. It's a lot of it. I like her. I just want to know what made her want to undergo the trial of the grasses since she's got the power of the Elder Blood. So maybe she had to do something, or I don't know. Dun. Puppy power. That's a Scrappy-Doo thing. Video I want to switch to. I do too. But I won't really be able to get one until September, and I just woke up. Hence my time. That's fine. That's when my birthday is. Retro is getting me one for my birthday. September? That'd be really... 2 Pro controllers, 14 games. There won't even be that many games coming out by that time. I do have a Switch 2, though. I do think it's fun. I think it's fun. Again, I don't think it's worth... Unless you're just super into it, I don't think it's worth the money. I don't think it's worth the money unless you're just super into getting updated versions of your current stuff for now. But it is...
Let's go.
I do think they did a really good job. Okay, I want to make my actual custom lightsaber here. Because you can see I made it Anakin's and Obi-Wan's, but I'm going to start making one that looks a little bit more like mine now that I've got the components. Or one that I would use, actually. So let's do, well, kind of. I don't have enough to really do what I would do, so maybe not.
I can definitely work with that.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing we just had, so I bet you can. You've played... No, I haven't. I didn't get it with Mario Kart World. I just got the system.
Force is with me.
I didn't get the bundle. Mario Kart 8 is #1 seller right now on Amazon. Oh, I bet so. That doesn't surprise me at all. No, I haven't played Mario Kart World yet. I just got the system. Again, I was wanting to play Witcher on it, and that was why. It just plays it a lot better than the first one does. Graphically looks great. I mean, honestly, the Super Mario.
No cutting through this stuff.
Oh shoot, what is it? Wonder looks amazing on the thing. It's really nice. But there aren't enough games to make it worthwhile. If you're not someone like me who does... Like, if you want a gaming console that'll travel with you and you're like me and you travel all the freaking time, well worth having. But beyond that...
She never gave up on her mission.
If you're not traveling or you're not... You know, it's like... it's not that big of a deal. I would like to get Mario Kart World. I'm not going to spend $90 on it. I'll buy a pre-owned copy for, you know, at a game store for... 40, maybe even 50, but I'm not gonna spend $90 on a single game. I'm not doing that with Grand Theft Auto 6 either. I don't like Grand Theft Auto all that much, though, to be honest with you. I haven't liked Grand Theft Auto since Vice City. Yeah, I haven't liked Grand Theft Auto since Vice City. That's probably about right. So, like, when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, it's like, oh, it's $90, and Zelnick, what's his name, Strauss, or whatever, says, oh, well, that's why you waited 16 years to spend $100. No, I didn't. I waited 16 years so you could hope I'd spend $100, but I'm not doing it. There we go. You have to time travel backward, Ash, to have played Mario Kart 8 on streams. Vice City is the pinnacle, so it's not a bad place to leave on. Yeah, it is really good. I get flipped off here.
Okay, that hurt.
Yep.
Let's find another path. We might be able to help you later.
San Andreas was okay. I feel like San Andreas, in my opinion, right? San Andreas was a bit more overhyped.
That thing.
NER4 maybe? I don't know what that means. They spend time. Here's a problem. The graffiti never spells anything, but if you take a look at when I go into my let's go into this, I guess, and we'll go at just customize Cal, right? If you take a look above where it says crew cut there in English, above that you can see an Arabic that actually says crew cut, right? They spent all of this time. They spent all of this time actually spelling out in Arabic the correct, like, see, that does say shaven versus short beard. I want short beard because that's what I actually have a longer beard, but still, like, that actually says short beard, right? They spent all of this time doing that, but they didn't spend any time making sure the graffiti actually said stuff. Do you guys like the Tony Hawk games? 1 and 2 remakes were great. They're making 3 and 4 too. And what's terrible, the demo is only available if you that's dumb. Yeah, I love the Tony Hawk games. 1 and 2, the remakes were good. I've not really played. Yeah, I remember playing them when they came out, and I really liked them. I do have the first 2 remakes. I do think that's dumb though to put it behind the kind of pre-order paywall. I'm just like, you know what? I just won't then.
Big appetite.
Yep, it's a Mogu, I think. Yep.
Can't outrun them all.
Boy, force push does nothing. I gotta remember, the block button is not the trigger.
Buddy.
There we go. That's what I needed. That slows it down quite a bit. I'm excited for DK. That's another one of the reasons, like I said, that I got the Switch 2 is I really want that Donkey Kong game. Really badly. That game looks so much fun. And I love that they went back to the 1980s version of Donkey Kong. Like, if you take a look, everybody looks at Donkey Kong and they think Donkey Kong Country with the little curl. There was a cartoon series. I don't know if anybody remembers this.
Serious machines on Braca.
Why did it not let me fall onto the... Can I not? Is that just not tangible? Hold on, I'm doing this again. I want to... Is that just not tangible? Yes, it is. So why... What the heck? Okay. Means... There we go. There, that's what I was wanting. I love the fact that they went back to the Donkey Kong from the 80s, though. It looks like that they went back to that design, which I think is really charming. Give me my health back. Is that going to be a Force Essence point? Nope, that's alright. There's a skill point, so I'm okay with that. They need to announce the Metroid Prime release for... Everybody's a big fan of Metroid Prime 4. I like the Metroid Prime games okay, but they're not pinnacle for me. I'm more of a fan of, like, Metroid Fusion and the side-scrollers a little bit more. So, like, when they came out with Dread, I was a little bit more like, yeah, this is cool. Prime, I'm like, eh. Surprised they haven't remade 2 and 3 before 4. I wonder... Well, I guess they're... How many times are they going to want to remake them, though? Because remember, the Metroid Prime trilogy came out for the Wii also, and that was actually a remake. It wasn't launched simultaneously with the launches of them from GameCube. So I wonder if that's part of the... I wonder if that's part of the hesitation, is like, oh, this will be our third remake, basically, for that already. I don't think Nintendo would hesitate to make a buck on that, though, to be honest with you, so I'm wondering what actually is holding them up. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. What do we get? Diligence. Okay, we're not getting any cool lightsaber pieces, but we're getting some. My lightsaber would be... I talked about the Sith thing. My lightsaber would definitely be Electrum plated. You're not supposed to do that, but mine would be. The only Jedi that technically did that was Mace Windu. And it's because he uses a fighting style that encourages some use of the dark side.
We've seen this tech before, just not on this scale.
Yep. And of course Palpatines were pretty decked out in Electrum. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and meditate, get my health back and stuff from the Mogu, because I don't have to go back up there. More so that they released one remake on its own. Are they selling the Prime Trilogy on Wii? Really? Are the Prime Trilogies on Wii really remakes? They are the same games, just different controls. In the case of 2, different boss difficulty. Yeah, well, they did. They apparently were upscaled or retextured or something. It wasn't a full remake. I agree with you, but it was. It was something that. It wasn't, they were supposed to have been, I guess, retextured or something like that. It was something that was supposed to have made them look graphically more appealing. When you compare it side by side on a Wii U, it definitely is, but that could also just be the Wii U upscaling it, so maybe you're right. I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't really done a great, like a long side by side on them, which I have the ability to do, so I probably should. I should do that and take a look. I never had a Wii. Oh, I love the Wii. The Wii, I've already talked about my love of the Wii and the Wii U, so those consoles are forever going to be... Gosh dang it. Those consoles are forever, especially, again, because I heavily promote, not jailbreaking, what is the word? One of my favorite things to do just right there. Not jailbreaking, but they're something similar to jailbreaking. Unlocking it, basically. Smash stacking, I think is what it's called. And using the emulation, the native emulation on the
Everything here wants to eat you or suffocate you. Why do I always get assigned to that?
That probably wasn't the most Jedi thing to do, but he would have fought me. There's a boss fight in this game, by the way, which I think everybody will appreciate. When we get to it, I'll point it out. It's one of my favorite boss fight moments too. Those consoles are, gosh dang it. Did I say that? Oh, probably, yeah. I was yeah, I probably said that in relation to the game.
They're pretty riled up.
Do you guys know if I can put a Switch 1 cartridge into a...
Imperial
Yeah.
controls probably don't help either.
Yeah, they're backwards compatible. Apparently they said that there are some emulation issues where the Switch 2 is attempting to emulate the Switch 1 stuff. So far, I'm 1 for 1. Everything seems to work just fine when I pop it in. So, because I haven't had any issue with Witcher. I've been playing Animal Crossing with my daughter. I've been playing Super Mario Maker 2. We played Super Mario Wonder. Nothing's had any issues. As a matter of fact, they're just downright beautiful, if I'm to be honest with you. They really are.
Let's stop here.
The console is super, super nice. I really like it. I'm not kidding. It's, again, I don't think it's worth the money right now for most people. The big benefit for me is, again, being able to travel with a game console as much as I travel and play my games. But, like, as far as game variety and such, I really don't. I don't think it's worth the money right now. I can't go up. Can I go up there without a Neko? I guess I can. No water coming out. I guess that makes sense. I know I'll need a Neko here in a minute, so that's probably what's up.
That could be trouble. Or maybe it could lend us a hand.
It's a bile maw. Let's see.
Hostile approaching.
Help me kill him.
Nice.
I'm gonna let him take out all the Imperials, and then I don't want to fight him. I love that he does a little side, like a barrel roll there. How adorable is that? I woke him up literally just so he could die. I woke him up not letting him know that this would be his last day to exist. If there's a way for me not to have that be the case, I want it. I woke him up, I don't want to kill him. They were poking at him, right? Come on. I don't want to fight you. I woke you up. I know. I don't want to fight you. I want you to go back to sleep. I'm not afraid to fight you. I've already killed like 2 of your guys, but I want you to go to sleep. Because I woke you up. I don't feel like it's fair that you just die because of that. Leave me alone. There. There we go. I can leave him alone. That's good. Let's see. I've heard Pikmin 3 Deluxe from the Switch 1 has trouble or had on the Switch 2. And I bet they'll patch it out. I haven't tried it. I haven't tried Pikmin 3 on it yet, so that could be. But so far, the games that I've attempted to play on it have had 0 trouble. So far. I understand that there are supposed to be games that do have trouble. I didn't know Pikmin was one of them. I didn't know. I need to go get the list. And they're saying don't get rid of your Switch 1 yet. I imagine they'll all get patched out, but here's the thing. I don't quite understand why the Switch would have issues running the Switch 1 games natively unless they completely overhauled things. And I know that they did, graphically speaking, but as far as the basic hardware, I think the basic necessity is still there, so it could just be a clocking issue. We had something like that happen effectively when with Sierra games. I love these little things too. Look at how adorable they are. Little cat bats, basically.
What else to say? Sierra, I thought...
No, you didn't think. You perceived a threat and reacted.
If the Order had reacted faster, we'd still have a republic. The Haxian brood, half the galaxy wants us dead.
Yes.
I don't think any exclusive should be having issues. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I think so. So there was an issue, and this is what I would. This is the only thing I can think of. And again, if it's not this, then I don't know. I mean, I'm not making excuses, but when you originally would play Sierra games back in the day, Sierra point and click games on the old computers, they would limit the fastest amount of movement because you could actually deal with movement speed. Look at him. He's cute. Oh, what? You aren't my enemy? Hi, little fig. Look how cute he is. I mean, he's adorable. Come on.
This isn't the time to fight.
We're not going to fight. Look at that. We got a Relter. Anyway, what am I saying? Oh, yeah. So you when you play the games, you'd have the ability to change the speed of the character moving, and it was capped by how quick your computer was. When they started launching those on new console or on new computers, the processor was so good that it's now a speedrun technique. It's called zipping. You would literally almost teleport from one side to the other. So I'm wondering if it's a similar issue, and they're just kind of having to game for game patch that out of it. And if that's the case, shouldn't be that way from a day one launch. I agree, but it shouldn't be any more difficult than a patch to make sure that they're just doing what the game is running at the correct speed. Okay, we're gonna have some Imperials over here. I killed one of them, but he'll be back because I think I've meditated since then. That'll do fine. Let's let him fall. We'll just assassinate. Perfect. Hey guys. Here, I need that shield. Give me that.
I can take you out, no problem.
Good. Come on. That was easy. Half a sausage roll. Do a barrel roll. Hey Einstein, I'm on your side. Good quote. The game replaces the animals with human characters. Man, Star Fox has changed so much. Have you tried the GameCube games? No, I don't have the Super Ultra Pass or whatever anymore. I had it for a time, and then I was like, anything else that I wanted to play, I could basically play already. What I'm probably... I know that the Nintendo thing is like, oh, you can't hack your console anymore because we'll do this. Well, I'm like, oh, I'm on Switch 2 now, so I might just hack my Switch 1 console and make it do stuff I need it to. I own all of these games, though, anyway, so it's like I'm not doing anything... Like, if one of the big things, and I think it's Louis Rossman talks about this too, is like he's a big right to repair advocate, and I love his stuff, by the way. He's very candid. He doesn't take sponsors. He doesn't take YouTube payment or anything because he wants to talk about it. He talks about right to repair and us silently losing our rights. And he says, when you buy, I think it was him, he says when you buy a Switch, Nintendo's got a thing now that's saying if you modify the thing that they could brick your console. And he says, no, when you buy something, you should have the right to do whatever you want to with that thing. So long as it, you know, you can't go and hack and take all the free games from the online. That's illegal. But like hacking your own console to play PC games or something, you should be able to do that full right. And I'm like, yeah, me too. I think that's right. Louis Rossman, if you haven't watched him, he's on YouTube. He's a very, very big advocate for consumers maintaining their right. He's a repair technician, specifically Apple. And he's right to repair, basically not to have to go through these big companies for overinflated charges and just, you know, you should have the right to fix your own stuff, have access to the schematics. And anyway, I think the guy's fantastic. So Andros enemy is my enemy. You can glide. Oh man, Breath of the Wild. yeah. We talked about that yesterday. Everybody's like, oh, Breath of the Wild, that's the first glide. And you're like, nope. How many games have you been able to do that on before? Just Cause, Assassin's Creed 2, Batman Arkham Asylum, Batman Arkham City. That came out in 2012. This did come out after the fact.
Entire structure.
Right, but it's one of
What's it for?
a few games borrowing from those. Banjo-Tooie is the first major one I remember being able to do that glide thing. Here. Go into that stuff.
Only one way to find out.
I want to see you get eaten up by the...
I did it!
I want to see that stuff eat you. Does it not eat the Imperials up?
We were not trained for this! I could use a medical droid!
Okay, I was going to say, that stuff, there's no way. Okay. That leads me back to the entrance. That's not where I want to go. I turned it the wrong way. Now we're going to go the long way. Sorry. Either way, it's 2 turns, so we're just going to turn twice again. Do you think there's too much outrage over Switch 2's getting bricked or something based on the chap you mentioned on YouTube? Is it fair? If they're being bricked for hacking them, no. You should still, once you own a console, you should have the right to do what you want to with that console. This is, and I'm going to pause for this because this is really an important topic for me. My opinion is you shouldn't steal if a correct legal alternative is available, right? You shouldn't steal if you have an alternative available to you. If there is a way to buy it legally and it's not being gouged, then I think you should do it that way. But if there isn't, or you're being gouged, or you're being this and that and the other, for example, it's technically illegal for me to have a whole game copy of a game that I was given the disc to play, but the game was actually online. However, I believe that purchase constitutes ownership. Therefore, I should have the right to own that game and all of that game. So I will find, once I've purchased the game, if the game is not on the disc, I will find someone who has ripped it somewhere else, illegally perhaps, and I will take that whole game file because I own that game file. I won't give it to anybody else. I won't sell it for any money. It's not mine to do that with, but it is absolutely mine to access whenever the heck I want to on the platform that I purchased it for, whether or not I am online and whether or not I agree to your end user license agreement, period. With hardware, it's even more so. I have once I've purchased the hardware, I reserve the right, or I should reserve the right, to do what I want to with the hardware. If I want to put RetroArch on it and I want to play a whole bunch of retro video games that I own the copies of, but I want to play them on your console, that should be my business, right? Now, if you build it in a way that makes it difficult to do that, well, that's your business, but I'll still figure it out, right? But you should not have the right under any circumstances to brick my console. Now, if I'm playing online, I'm being belligerent, being awful, that breaks that end user license agreement. Should you have the right to shut me off from being able to play online with people? Sure. Should you be able to shut me down from being able to access your store from the console? No, you shouldn't. But even if you wanted to do that, that's whatever, right? That's fine. Should you be able to choose or dictate how I use your console offline? No, period. I find it's usually exaggerated and it happens with multiple launches. Yeah, but Nintendo expressly put this in their end-user license agreement. It's actually in there that they reserve the right to break your console if you use it in a way that they don't agree with. And that's where the Louis Rossmann thing comes out. He actually pointed out and shows in the end-user license agreement where it says exactly that. So I agree with you that the bricking part of it could be a exaggerated like piece of this, but the disturbing part is that the end-user license agreement expressly states they have the right to do that. I'm not sure if it happened, but Nintendo has the ability to brick your Switch too if you hack or mod it or whatever. So, yeah, that's true. Then again, one random thumbnail on YouTube has implied the Switch 2 has already been hacked. It has. And we also found out that the hack chips, the mod chips, that we know that they work on it, and so on and so forth. Again, I'm not an advocate for general thievery, right? But gosh dang it, that didn't even hit that with my finger. I hit that with my leg as I was readjusting my seating. Will it not turn again? Do I really have to go the entire other way around? Yep. Gosh dang it. Won't anyone think of the billion-dollar companies? No, that's my point. And I've said this again. If business practices... I free that big bird there.
That did the trick. Let's move.
And I've said that before. If business practices can be consumer hostile, then I have no problem with consumer practices being business hostile. That's the thing. If companies want to make it us versus them, they're going to find that the us's usually are smarter than the thems.
Around here can take on various forms.
Right? It's why hackers...
Let's hope the tower at the top of the array has some answers.
It's why the majority of the hackers that get hired for like government jobs and big companies, Googles and such, used to be renegade hackers. The bad guys are, quote unquote, the bad guys are always going to be one step ahead of the good guys. That's just how that works in the real world, right? And a lot of people will be like, no, that's not it. That's not true. It is. I promise. And so then, and then they get them and they're called reformed hackers or whatever. And it's like, people don't feel compelled. I mean, there are bad people out there, don't get me wrong, but people generally aren't going to feel compelled to hack your system just because they want to do bad things with it. There are people that are going to do that. People are actually going to be compelled to hack it, more compelled to hack it, though, and more people will be compelled to hack. When you... Here, let's do this. When you start taking away their ability or their rights to access their consoles in the way they want to.
I hope that hurt. Pay for that. That's not possible.
You would have thought after the first time that guy got hit, he'd be like, "Ow, that really hurt. Let me just stop doing that." But he did it 2 more times, and I killed him. But like, it's the same thing with Super Nintendo. I'm going to adjust my seat real quick. There we go. Kind of. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, so in my experience with a lot of this, it's most of the time when we're hacking things, it's so that we can preserve the video gaming this and that. I have all of these Nintendo cartridges that I've had for decades, but I want a digital copy because my cartridges will eventually run out of battery, and replacing a battery is not that difficult, of course, but it's just one of the things where I might eventually... This is the adjusting seat stream. Could be. But it's one of those things where we eventually get kind of to the point of, you know, where replacing the battery could wear down the contacts, or the thing's so old that this happens or that. So it's like, I want to have a digital version, a digital backup version. I purchased it. I have all of the legal rights to use it, etc. But I want this peace of mind in this way or whatever. There's something out there. Let me get one of the little... Real quick, I'm going to see if... I think the ball might prevent me from having... Where's the ball? But anyway, it's just like I know companies don't really want you to do that, but I know where the ball is. I need to go back here. I know that companies don't really want you to do that. They want you to keep buying and this and that and the other. But yeah, again, I just don't. I'm just not a... I'm not going to do that. I just don't... that's not necessary. It shouldn't be necessary. It's a bunch of ridiculousness. Okay, I want to see... Does the ball cause... Yes, it does.
I wonder if Z would know more about this.
There we go. I had to remember, I couldn't remember if it was just the ball that did it, or if it was the laser beam only. And the ball does do it. So... There we go. But yeah, anyway, that's my thing. I just the ownership of things is quietly getting less and less. We obviously know the Ubisoft infamous. We obviously know the Ubisoft infamous quote of people being made to be uncomfortable with not owning things, and we obviously know the quotes that mirrored, and there was just a lot of stuff. So I think. Yeah, I think that we should have the right to do what we want to with our hardware. If they want to prohibit us from using online services that they're proprietors of, then that's their business. But was it the ball that did it? Yeah, I had to remember. That was kind of what it was. Is it the ball that kills the Bogano fog in the open world with the Force? Okay, cool. We've got some more skills, so I'm going to use that to increase... We have perfected stem formula, greater reflexes. Let's perfect the stem formula then. And then we'll start working on him making it quicker making it so that he can get stuff to me quicker. And then the focus sight's fine, but it's like, eh. But yeah, I don't know why it's become so controversial. I don't know why it's become so controversial to say we should own things or we should be able to own things. I don't know why companies... I know why companies don't want it. I don't care.
This must be where Centauri Kree intended to send Z. The key to Tantalor was sealed away. For centuries now. That did it. Sounds like the array is powering up. Here's some answers.
But I'm not going to mod my Switch 2. Might mod my Switch 1. I won't accidentally mod this, or I won't mod the Switch 2. I modded the heck out of every Wii I own. One of my favorite consoles for that reason is the Wii, or the Wii U. I own the thing. I mod it so that it'll play backwards. It'll become something that plays Sega Genesis and all this other stuff. And then I put my library of legally owned games on it, and I play it with controllers that plug into that are actual Nintendo licensed Nintendo or Nintendo licensed Super Nintendo, and it feels just like the original console, and the response time is reasonable. And but didn't you know companies want what's best for us? I mean, I know you're being facetious, but it's like there are companies I feel genuinely that are trying to do better for the consumer. I really do. Again, I've said this multiple times. I like GOG for that reason, because it does. They do feel like that you're getting the game. They discount them heavily. They're taking petitions to preserve, to buy the rights to preserve games that are kind of falling by the wayside. They recently did that with the Dino Crisis games, actually. And you own the game when you do it. Hey, Retro. Hey, Fighting Max. How are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully.
Paradise was hiding on just the other side of the...
Just finished my Deltarune stream. Oh, very nice. Very cool.
Come on. I want to show you something.
Renowned Jedi Knight Dagan Gera offers to be my escort on an uncharted world.
I forgot I need to finish my coffee a lot quicker than I have creatine in it.
Without your guidance, I'd never have made it here in one piece.
Oh, careful now. Or someone might think you've learned humility.
How's there not a new Dino Crisis? I agree. I agree. That's my thing. Again, it's another reason I like GOG. If you go to GOG, they get Dino Crisis 1 and 2 are sold as a bundle, and you own it, and it's a redone, it's a version that's made so that it's a preservation. That's what they do, is they're actually trying to preserve.
It's just as I told you.
They're actually trying to, it looks like they're actually trying to preserve games that people care about. They did the same thing with the original Resident Evil titles as they were originally. It was like, oh, that's really cool. Deltarune Chapters 3 and 4 are very fun. I recommend them. I need to play Deltarune. I haven't played Deltarune, I don't think at all, or maybe I played part of the first chapter. I know it's a tangential story from Undertale, which I have played way back when it came out originally, so I need to give it a shot, though. I really liked Undertale, and I think that obviously I think the music is kind of one of the stars of the show, Toby Fox, but
yes, it's perfect.
Very, very cool.
I've seen the galaxy, Centauri, and there are many worlds that the light of the Jedi does not reach. I'm going to petition the High Council to train initiates here.
On Tanalorr. But it can be so challenging to access. What if something were to go wrong?
Our temple will be a bastion for the Order.
I kind of like this, too. If you take a look at them, this is what High Republic was. High Republic was the height of the Jedi kind of being cocky and full of themselves.
Invite a member of the Jedi Council.
Very, very ornate robes. I've only played Undertale. I think I had begun to play the first chapter of Deltarune because it was free. But beyond that, I don't know that I've played any more of it. I don't believe I have, so I need to go back and try it. Again, as I was saying, maybe it'll be one of the first new games I play through on the Switch too.
Are not known for their hasty judgments, especially Master Rancesis.
My duel with the Gendai didn't take this long.
You won in the end. Be patient.
Not one of my strong suits.
Well, if you're going to teach younglings, you had better learn.
Last night I played Donkey Kong Country for a few hours, but when I got to stop and go station and got a game over, I forgot that Candy saves your file, so all my progress. Oh, I'm sorry, that is rough. I beat the minecart level. That's really good. Stop and go station is one of those that this can be frustrating. Did you see the Bloober team announce that they're remaking Silent Hill? Very excited, free their remake. Yeah, I had heard that, and Silent Hill 2 passed that several weeks ago, I guess now, and it was very well done. So I'm excited to see the first one come out. One of the ones I actually liked, which is not one of the stronger ones, not compared to 1 and 2, certainly. I actually thought 4 was kind of cool. The Room.
You're not here.
I thought that was cool.
You're not supposed to be here.
Yeah, Donkey Kong. That's why. Again, Donkey Kong was one of 2 reasons.
Please.
Seriously, Donkey Kong was one of 2 reasons that I got to switch to. So it's that big of a deal for me. Yeah, I liked The Room. I have it on GOG, but I wouldn't mind a remake on that one. I really like that one. Dagon Gera's lightsaber is an interesting one. You can also see overly ornate. Looks like that might actually have electrum plating towards the blade. I'll never understand some Silent Hill fans just like... Honestly, Silent Hill fans can be some of the more vindictive also. The Room, they didn't like The Room. Some liked Homecoming. A lot didn't like Downpour. And I'll agree with you that Homecoming and Downpour, neither one of them are up to par with 1 and 2. But I argue Shattered Memories is one of the best ones, period. Like, I think Shattered Memories is top tier. Oh, hi, Mark. Not that room, yeah. I don't know. I know that... let me look.
I saw you.
I know The Room is on there. Let me look. I'll look right now while this is going on.
Cal Kestis. You must be Dagon Gera.
Yes, I am.
GOG just opened up a new a new mod tool so you can mod their games more easily. How cool is that? Golly, GOG, this is why I love you.
Things have changed.
There aren't just 2. Right now it's just Silent Hill 4 The Room and Silent Hill 2 the Bloober Team one. But they have to petition and get the rights for each one. So there is a petition thing, too, where you can actually sign a petition with other people to have them bring some games to it, and they'll look into them. That's how I got... there was one of the games I actually signed up for that they brought to it, and I got to remember which one it was, but...
You're here now.
They brought to it. It was really, really cool.
We can fight them.
Outward Definitive Edition is on sale. $40. Now it's $4.79. That's decent. That's super cool. I freaking love these guys. Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition is 97 cents right now. Man, good lord. I'm gonna have to take a look at their sales. One of my favorite franchise, yeah. I think 4 was a petition game. It's one of those games where people were asked, I think a niche group of people were asking for it, and then GOG takes a look at the petition and goes, oh, okay, and then they go out and they get the rights to it. So I'm not positive. I know that's what they do. I'm not positive if that's what they did, but it stands to reason, because that's how Dino Crisis got brought back. Is it got petitioned, and GOG's like, okay, let's go see what we need to do to buy rights to it. And then they buy rights, they strip the DRM from it, and then they sell it to you, and you own the game. No DRM.
What happened there? How'd you end up here?
Although I acknowledge Homecoming and Downpour aren't as good, I'm still fit. Yeah, same thing.
I held them at bay as long as I could, but there were too many. The battle was...
Worst part was on my last life, I saw a letter and jumped for it and led me into pit. I've done that so many times.
Not until the Jedi Council gave the order to abandon Tanalorr and then refused to counterattack.
Okay, so Dagon's kind of whiny.
They gave up on it.
You'll learn that.
Yes. It was my discovery. My home, and they just expected me to throw it away?
Dagon, wait.
I refused to obey and was betrayed by the one I trusted most.
No, stop!
So what you've just witnessed is what's called bleeding a crystal. Basically what's supposed to happen is you put your hatred into the crystal begins to bleed, turns it red. Not as cool as, I don't like it as much as I like the original explanation for why Sith sabers are the way they are, but whatever. It's why Kylo Ren's lightsaber is a crossguard. He has to vent. When he bled his crystal, he didn't do it right, and he cracked the crystal, and it let out too much energy, so he had to create 2 side vents, which would then disperse any excessive energy, otherwise he could blow up the hilt. Goodness me, you were that desperate to get mail that you went into a pit. Yeah, that is kind of what it sounds like, isn't it? Some franchises just have a special attachment to me. I can acknowledge their flaws, but I still find enjoyment in every installment. Resident Evil, Silent Hill, and Mortal Kombat are great examples. Yeah, I was going to say, that's a lot of the, like I said, Dino Crisis is one for me. Another one was, what was another one? Shoot, what was it called? Now I'm drawing a blank because I'm getting like all of these other games. Oh, Still Life, that was one, and Fahrenheit, and then it's like, you know. So there are a lot of games I have these connections with, and then but I'm trying to think of one specific one, and now I have, like, my mind is flooded with the images of other ones. Fear Effect, there we go. That was what I was going to say. Fear Effect was the one I was looking for, and again, those are also games that are, you know. But it's like, man, it's just. It's super cool. Deus Ex also really is a good one. Again, if you're if you're not a PC gamer, I wouldn't worry too much about it. But if I can make a recommendation, I really do make the recommendation. Take a look at GOG and see what they've got. They put, like, the sales are huge. Again, they're like Steam sales. They're really big, but they are. You own the game once you've purchased the game. It's yours. You have it. It's yours forever. You don't have to be online. You don't have to get their permission. And right now they're having a big indie sale. And some of these game titles are on a good... Like Potion Craft is $8. Streets of Rage for the revamped one. Streets of Rage 4 is $9.99 right now from its original $25, which is... Streets of Rage 4 is actually really good. I said revamped, but you know what I meant. Then they've got some games that are just on there that are like 97 cents. And it's like... Anyway. Because Street Race 4 didn't come out but like, what, 4 or 5 years ago? Graveyard Keeper. Yeah, I mean, like, good. Everspace is 99 cents. I mean, like, they do a lot of that. It's really, really good. So, that's why I recommend them so much. I have recommended them each time, and I will continue to until it... I love MK Mythologies. I know it's terrible. It is, but I agree with you that I have a soft spot for it. Sub-Zero. I have a soft spot. It's not good, but I have a soft spot. I might get a PC soon, and I'll only play old games. I don't care anything about a new PC, anything new on a PC. You get GOG. I'm serious. Get the GOG Galaxy application. I think they give you 20 games for free automatically. They're just random point-and-click adventures that are pretty fun, honestly. And then, like, they run sales multiple times a month where you just put stuff on your wish list and it'll pop up for like 99 cents, $1.99, $4. You know, it's not a lot. It's awesome. I want one for things like Unreal Tournament, Sims 1, Command & Conquer, Army Men RTS. Yeah. SOR 4 might be the best beat 'em up ever made. Only one close for me is 2. Yeah.
I am superior.
I need to pay attention to Dagon here.
Inferior. Is that it? Trivial.
So if you're curious as to what fighting style Dagon Gera here is probably using, the answer is probably Form 2.
Not bad. Face me.
What do you...
Is that it?
Yeah, so the answer is probably Form 2, which is Makashi, which is Count Dooku style. The best guess I have is because...
The day they betrayed me and forsook Tantalor.
I would say the best guess that I have is because... Well, I don't know why that didn't kill him. I just slashed him very cleanly through the throat.
Still green.
Well, you didn't expect I was going to change my color, the color of my lightsaber, did you?
Meager. I can sense your feeling.
That was a bad time to use that, but oh well.
Now, such a chore. Your tricks have expired.
God dang it.
That's nothing.
But yeah, he's probably using Makashi, which is the kind that which is the same style that Dooku uses. It's a more fencing style. She did say he was a good duelist.
Imprisoned again.
And the flashback. Okay, he's got us in reverse grip, which is a really bad idea. Cal's a decently powerful Jedi too, so it's not great. This guy's literally just gotten out of the tank, so he's not going to be that good at what he's doing. Hopefully this Dagon guy has some respect for you and gives you applause after your victory. I don't think so. And we've got Ravis here, and he knows Ravis. So we know a couple of things. We know Ravis is probably at least 1,000 years old. Because Dagon is from the Old Republic, and we are in the Empire. And they're from the High Republic. So, not Dagon, 1,000 years old. I'm sorry, a few hundred years old. The High Republic would have been like 300 to 500 years before the Empire.
Could Kree have met Dagon? How could she entrust Tanalorr to someone like him?
Okay. There's this, but there's another little hidden thing out here in the outside too, I think. And there's our health essence. Nice. All right. We can go back down and meditate. No point. We'll just come over here. Drop down. I mean, he could use something else to clap. He could... Uh-oh. You're not supposed to be able to drop down that way. What else could he use to clap? He's got boots on, so he can't use his feet. Okay, there's another echo over here, which is, I believe, of Centauri.
Tanalorr was supposed to bring us closer. But all it did was divide our order. The Council may have given up on you. But I know who you truly are, Dagon. Even if you yourself have forgotten.
So we know Centauri and Dagon were close. Probably...
At least you never had to see him fall.
Probably in a... Is that same echo? Yeah, it is.
Tanalorr was supposed to...
Okay, we're gonna go. I can't jump. You're not supposed to be able to sense echoes twice, so I don't know what happened.
The Council may have given up.
Winky face. I don't... You're gonna have to forgive me, Fighting Max. I don't... he has no arms. He's got boots on his feet. I don't... I'm not following, but that's my fault. I'm sure it's my fault. I'm not getting reference to it, but... Can you just infinitely sense that echo, I guess, then? Yeah, no, you're not supposed to be able to sense echoes twice. So it's just a glitch. That's what I thought. These boots were made for clapping. Dagon's a cool character. He's a little whiny for my tastes. I'd love a High Republic duelist to be... Like, again, one of my favorite characters is Dooku.
View, huh, buddy?
I'd love one to be like Dooku.
Won't fix the Mantis by now.
Dooku versus Cal Kestis, though. That's not even a fight. Dooku wins. Hands down. If you know, you know. Ah, yeah, I don't know, so... Okay, fair enough. Well, I just... I figured I'm just missing something. I don't... It's maybe it's a pop culture reference. Let's see. Yeah, we don't use emojis here. We have to use words effectively here. No arm in trying. Well done. Oh, hi there.
You're new here, yeah?
That's right.
I've only just now been to this spot.
Check out then.
What?
There's this guy, a real fishing enthusiast, putting around in a skiff at the base of the mountain.
Okay.
He's near an Imperial camp. Mind seeing if he's all right?
Yeah, no problem.
We'll run
Appreciate it.
We'll run into this guy eventually anyway, and I love him. He's awesome. So we'll see him. He's really cool. Ash, I think you're gonna like him too. If you've not seen this guy before, I think you're gonna like him a lot. Now I was just making a joke. Oh, okay. Sometimes and I don't mean to be, but sometimes I can be dense in not catching the I assume that there's some sort of a referential and I just didn't get it. Okay, there's my 10th priorite shard, which is what I need to unlock for an additional health file, so that's good. Yeah, I would say that's my fault for not getting the punchline. I'm sure the joke was good, it's my fault for not understanding. I don't mean to be dense, but sometimes I can be.
Tanalorr is real. And it may be the last corner of this galaxy that's safe from the Empire. I wish you could have seen it too, BD.
Well, that's not what I meant to do. I need a Neko. Gosh dang it. Is there a Neko cave over here somewhere?
I think we just found our ticket out of here.
Yay! Hi, friend. This is a Neko, by the way. Or, as you might know in another franchise, Chocobo. Why won't you let me on you? Oh, I have to... It didn't seem like it was all that... I just jumped near it and it was like, I'm fine. This is basically a Chocobo, though, just so you know. What's the sad face for, Viddy? Yes, this is basically a Chocobo. These things are cute, though. Just like Chocobo are. But in this game, they're called a Neko.
Interesting.
Viddy using emojis. We're supposed to use our words. True, true. Final Fantasy crossover with Star Wars. Man, Final Fantasy has changed too much. Final Fantasy has changed a lot, but I don't necessarily know that it's for the worse. I personally think Final Fantasy's 15. I personally think Final Fantasies 15 and 16 were really well done. Didn't. I personally think Final Fantasies 15 and 16 are really well done. So. Gotta make sure I'm going the right way. It's real easy to get turned around over here. Actually, it was a confused face. Oh, on my side, it looked like a sad face. Maybe I'm just not seeing it well. But, yeah, I honestly think that... I think the latest Final Fantasy games have been... And 7 Remake has been pretty good. The Crisis Core thing. I think those have all been really solid entries, in the Final Fantasy franchise, personally. Although I'm not going to lie and say that I'm not heavily nostalgic for just, one. And there is a project, what is it, Renaissance, I think it is? You can go online. Excuse me. You can go online and...
I bet we can clear that gate with a little boost from our new friend.
You can go online and actually get Final Fantasy Renaissance for free. And it's basically Final Fantasy 1 without all of the glitches that made Final Fantasy 1 kind of wonky. It's really good though. If you have it's free to download, I believe, and then if you have a Nintendo controller, a classic Nintendo type controller that will synchronize to your PC, you can play something that feels pretty genuine. Let's see. Actually, it was a confused face. Retro hum the Chocobo theme, yeah. Dun da 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 dun bum ba da dum ba da dum bum ba da dum ba da dum bum ba. It does fit. Bum ba da 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 dum bum bum ba dum ba da 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 dum ba da dum bum bum. I love Final Fantasy music. The Chocobo theme is very iconic, but honestly, Prelude is my favorite. I like the Final Fantasy series. It's one of my dad's favorite game series. That makes sense. That makes sense. I love the first one. My favorite is Chocobo Thieves, remember, from 6, aka 3. Yeah, that's my favorite one. By far, that is the best one, in my opinion. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out where I'm meant to go here. Okay, we're headed generally in the right direction, so let's do that then. Yeah, no, I really like... Six was your first Final Fantasy? My first Final Fantasy was 1. I got to play 1... I got to play 1 way back when, and it was a lot of fun. I played it with a buddy of mine, actually. His name was Eric. And I played that, and if you can believe it, Willow were the games that I played with him. We took turns on both, obviously, because they're single player games, you know. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna come on. Wait, did I just go? Wait. Yeah, I do. You would think Final Fantasy 1 would have been the last game, with it being final and all. Well, there was a rumor, and I don't necessarily know how true this was, but my understanding was that Squaresoft was going to go bankrupt, and Final Fantasy had a different name originally, but then they ended up it was supposed to be like Final Fight, but Final Fight already had a thing. No, not Final Fight, something like that. Final Fury, something weird. Anyway, the name was already used basically, and they had to change it. Fighting Fantasy, that's what it was. But there was already a game that had something like that, and then they did Final. And then it just happened to line up with, for some reason or another, they were going under, like bank-wise, they were not doing very well. And for whatever reason, they, when they made this game, it just was a huge hit, and apparently it saved them from the cusp of having to go out of business. So there were a lot of, like, coincidences, I think, that ended up landing it being that. But anyway, the first one's great. It's glitchy. There's no reason to be some of the classes because the classes don't do anything. Like, the luck stat doesn't work at all. Renaissance fixes all of that, too. So if you get a chance to play the Renaissance version, again, it's free. If you get a chance to play the Renaissance version, it's HD upscaled and all of the stuff you would want out of a Final Fantasy game, but on top of that, it's the luck stat's not broken and all that other stuff. I played 15 a lot. I remember spending most of my time fishing. Yeah, it's a very cool... Like, that game is very relaxing in a lot of ways, too. Just driving or riding around or all of that is really good. They keep saying, don't worry, this is the final one. They keep on trying 16. That's true. But they've been good. Again, 16 is awesome. We have 16 on the PS5, and it's really good. And I kind of like the medieval... take more than I like the modern day take of 15, the more modern take of 15. I like the I really like the more medieval take, so.
Looks like the Mantis is back in action.
If you like JRPGs, I Am Setsuna is okay. I've heard of that. I don't know that I've actually played it. Maybe I own it somewhere, but it sounds familiar. Oh, I want the green one. I want this one. Thank you, friend. It's very pretty. Purple's my favorite color, but you wouldn't know that with as much as I'm choosing green these days. Green lightsaber, green... Where'd my Neko go? Dang it, did I scare it away? I might have scared it away with the lightsaber. Sorry. Alright, fine. I have the really cool green one. Is this it? Is this him? No, that's a black one, but I'll take it.
You know your way around Kobo, don't you?
Oh, I wish I still had my green one, but the black one is really pretty. Oh, I hate those things. Dun 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 dun. Wait, where'd he... There he is.
Yeah.
I Am Setsuna is fantastic. Okay. Final Fantasy 15 is cool, but I hate the crew. I like some of the members of the crew. The expansions that were each their own stories I thought was a really cool touch, so I wasn't too upset about that. What Conan O'Brien? What is Conan O'Brien doing here? Talking about Final Fantasy 15 and all. Oh wait, that's not him. By the way, Clueless Gamer episode was funny. I haven't seen. I know Clueless Gamer. I watched him play Witcher, and I watched him get excited about seeing feet, and then realizing that they were Geralt's feet while in the bath at the very beginning cutscene in Kaer Morhen. And I was like, that's fun. Okay, I'm going to take a look at I Am Setsuna then, because if you're saying it's fantastic, then I'll take that recommendation. Well, Kingdom Hearts sell well. I'm not sure if they've been disappointed with those. I've played bits and pieces of Kingdom Hearts, but I'm not a big Kingdom Hearts guy. It was almost their Final Fantasy. It was. That was kind of what it was. I like Square besides their constant unrealistic expectation in sales. I agree. Wait, Willow from Buffy has a game? No, Viddy, not that Willow. No, Willow, which is the video game based off of the 1980s movie Willow with the gentleman that played Wicket in Star Wars Episode 6. And I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. So why do we have to fix a car when we could ride a chicken in the first place? I don't know.
From the time of the
Someone in Nintendo Reviewer Live Chat called themselves Prince Noctis. You have to think the name that's a kind of cool name though.
He attacked me. Escaped with the Bedlam Raid.
Amazing music too. Oh yeah, Nobuo Uematsu. Again, Prelude is iconic and will forever be one of the most iconic themes in Nintendo game ship, I think. The battle theme of 7 will be there. Warwick Davis, thank you very much, Viddy. That's correct. Willow is Warwick Davis.
The Republic found a way through hundreds of years ago. That's why they built that array in the forest.
A hidden world that nobody's been able to reach for centuries. If you figured out how to cross the abyss, you could just disappear.
Completely. No Bedlam Raiders. No bounty hunters.
No galactic empire.
I'm just spitballing here, but that does sound like a place that someone could call home.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be a home.
Get your feet down. All right, I'm going back to the cantina.
I like Grease.
You know Grease.
He does a TV show over here now called Tenable. Huh, I've never seen that. I mean, I guess it's over there, so it makes sense, but...
You're doing okay on your own. I mean, you could clean the Patoli weave every now and then.
We don't know the Mantis like you do. Nobody does.
Cal, I'm sorry. My best days are behind me. I can't even hold my card steady.
I know things are different from how they used to be, but I'm not sure I could do this without you.
Of new characters introduced into the Star Wars lore,
It is.
Grease is he's a net win for me. I really like him.
Have Monk keep his eye on the saloon.
Greasy money. All right. You in? There's not gonna be much in the way of credits.
Cal, this is better than any score. Imagine, no more looking over your shoulder. A safe place for us, for the ones we love.
Warwick Davis was also recently well known for being in Harry Potter. Oh, he's only now known for that?
It's about time you paid that.
Harry Potter. Well, I'm not super familiar with Harry Potter, though.
Some food before we go.
I've watched a couple of the movies with my wife, but beyond that, I don't know a lot of it. Oh, we have all the books. I've never read any of them. So I don't know a lot about it. Sadly. A lot of people grew up with Willow, so Warwick was honestly done well in the industry. So, yeah, Willow was good. Willow was cool, and of course I knew him as Wicket in Star Wars Episode 6 and stuff, so that was all good. Meet Seer on Jeddah, so this will probably be our cutoff point, but for now, real quick, I'm going to go get some stuff. Will it let me fast travel from inside the Mantis, or do I have to find a different meditation? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Complete with a clip comparing Australian and American accents, sort of. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different American accents, but a lot of different Australian accents, I'd wager also. Certainly a lot of different English accents. I think the key characteristics of, and this is going to sound probably harsher than I intended. It doesn't mean to be harsh at all. Probably one of the greatest, I think, differences between American and European accents. Let me make sure I'm going the right way. that's a meditation point. I just need to make my way to the next outdoor meditation point, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah. Oh, it's right there. Okay, we'll just do that then. I'll go to the right. One of the there she is. One of the key differences is the proclivity to say, or not in every American accent, but is the proclivity to say the letters fully. In a lot of English, Australian accents, and general European accents, it's very common to use the letter R as an sound. It's also a thing to impose an R on a W word, like law and order, versus law and order. So we have a tendency to do that. But then there are 50,000 different American accents on top of that would do worse. Like, it's not uncommon for a person in the South, instead of saying to wash your hands, to put an imposed R in the middle of that and call it wash your hands. Equally, to say the state Washington as Washington, which there's no R there. So all kinds of weird things. But I have an atypical American accent also. I have a remarkably neutral American accent, which is not necessarily the most common of things to find out here. Have you watched Lord of the Rings? Lord of the Ring yet? No, I've not. I've not watched any of those yet. I've again read the books, never watched it. Said it wasn't good. I just bought the Lego Lord of the Ring on Steam. Very cool. I reckon you'll enjoy Lord of the Ring. I love the books. I've just never watched the movies. It's always one of those things where the movies never live up to the books. Even, again, Witcher was that way. It did some, and then it really departed on others. But to be fair, the games did too. It's just that they did it better, I think. I'll never watch that Amazon show. It looks terrible. Typical nowadays nonsense, yeah. Well said. Clip was about an American girl trying to say "G'day, mate," etc., holding an Australian phrase book. G'day, mate, holding an Australian phrase book. It's another thing. Like, there are also other little idiosyncrasies which I find very charming. Australians will generally say, "How are you going?" Whereas we would say, "How are you doing?" And I love that. I love "How are you going?" It's kind of this. It's like, hey, it's the path of life, and how is your? I don't know. It's probably not that deep, but I like that. Haven't watched the movies or read the books though. Yeah, the books are good. Again, same thing. Like I said, same thing with The Witcher. They kind of like the games kind of took creative liberties in a good direction. I'll give you an example. You can romance in the second book. I mean, in the second game, Geralt has amnesia, and he's in a romance with Triss Merigold. Okay, in the books, Triss Merigold had a one-time fling with Geralt after he had a relationship with Yennefer, or he had a spat with Yennefer. And then Yennefer basically she goes to Kaer Morhen in Blood of Elves, and she throws herself pretty well at Geralt, and he's like, nope, no thank you. It's a one-time thing. We're good friends. I'm not going to go to bed with you, basically. And it's very, very explicit on how much she wants him to come to bed with her. And then she catches dysentery. And Geralt and Ciri and Triss, it's after they finished wintering at Kaer Morhen, and they're going back to, I know I hate it. Everybody in the live call it Melitella. It's Melitella is how you say it, but they're going to the temple of Melitella, where Mother Neneka is, and they're going to take Ciri there to get a formal education. And like, Geralt is helping Triss with her dysentery problems. And so it's like, it's a very not romantic thing. Apparently, says Gandalf is dumb in the show. What I expect character that it existed roughly since the beginning of the mythos. I adore Lord of the Rings, the books and the films. Again, I've not seen the films. I love the books. I really did like it. So, of course, he is. It's Amazon. And Amazon owns James Bond now. So now we know that's going to be a bunch of bull. Yeah, I agree. I've heard a ton of different Canadian accents. Yeah, Canadian accents differ fairly. There seems to be less of a large differentiation. We kind of get a little bit of the bleeding of a Canadian accent when you go to our Midwest. So if you go to Minnesota or Wisconsin, you're going to actually catch what is technically an American Midwestern accent, but it's actually also a Southeastern Canadian accent. Very, very close bleed there. Very, very cool, though. Yeah, Canada seems like a really cool place. We keep doing that. They're not going to be super cool to us if we keep doing that, calling them the 51st state nonsense. That's silly. I mean, we're already friends. We don't need to push the relationship at all. We don't need to do that. My accent is far from the stereotype Englishman. There's a character, and I was also bringing The Witcher up. There's a character that your accent kind of reminds me of a little bit in The Witcher, but I don't want to offend you in any way. I don't think you would be offended necessarily or easily offended, but it's just a character that lightly reminds me of your accent and such. But he's a character I really like in the game too, because he's not a good character, like he's not a good guy, but he's relatable insofar. I mean, he's not relatable. He does a lot of really bad things, but he's also like trying to do better, and I love him for that. He's a cool character for that. Is The Witcher show any good? Otherwise, I'll probably just stick with the books and play the games in the. I've only seen a couple of episodes of the first season, and they stick pretty decently closely. Let me say that, to what happens in the first two books. Mostly The Last Wish, with some little forays into it. But Triss is kind of like, her character looks a little wonky, and Yennefer's character looks a little wonky, and Geralt, though, by Henry Cavill, does a phenomenal job. They go over the first episode kind of goes over Shrike. Renfrey is her name, but in the books they call her Shrike, and it does a decent job. It's not phenomenal, it doesn't cover everything, but it does a pretty decent job. I haven't heard it, but I haven't watched it, but I heard Cavill is good. Yeah, Cavill does a great job. Like, he definitely brings his love of the books and the game. I think he played the games first and then the books, but he does a phenomenal job. Cavill, from what I heard, is a big Witcher fan, and he's not Geralt anymore or something. He left because apparently the studio decided they wanted to go in a different direction and not stay faithful to the books, and Cavill was disappointed because he didn't feel like it was paying the correct homage to the book, the source material, which is great. The books are really good if you've not read them. There are 8 of them, I believe, and there's another one coming this September called Crossroad of Ravens. It's a prequel to all of them. Really, really cool. They don't like casting. I like Henry Cavill. To me, Henry Cavill just tries to do the best, and he nerds out, and then they don't like it because he wants to stay. He wants to stay loyal to the source material. Speaking of accents, I'm listening to my first Essential Doctor Who audio later today to see if I want to do the monthly analysis project I mentioned last time I attended. That's very cool. I'd love to know what you think on that. I think that'd be really good. I don't claim the people that said Canada should be a part of the U.S. I won't be offended. Let me know so I can look. He's called the Bloody Baron. Well, I'll listen into to further 2 audios to be sure, but yeah, impossible to offend me. I didn't figure you would, but just, yeah. Oh, yeah? Well, you smell... That's funny. Yeah, I didn't say you smell bad. That's true. I said ban me. Man, I'm tired. Viddy ban me. You just took it a negative way. Max ban Retro. Take me out of it. Retro ban all of us again. Thumbros ban me. And then the Dugadoo comes back. Ban Viddy. Wait, is this Thumbros here? I think he may be lurking in the back. He was here earlier. And unban me from your stream. I don't think you're banned from her streams. That's funny.
Glad to hear the Mantis is up and running again.
Hard to imagine life without her.
Oh, don't worry. That thing's as sturdy as a bantha.
Not sure Grease would like his ship compared to a bantha.
Do I look like I care much what he thinks of me?
I love Domodendra.
Don't.
That's right.
I love Domodendra. She reminds me of people I know personally and have known for a long time. I love her character because she reminds me of people that I know and hold very dearly.
Oh, what a helpful droid.
Okay, so I want this mysterious code. Firstly, that's the most important thing I can get. And then I want a hairstyle that looks more like my actual hairstyle. So, like what I actually have in real life. There we go.
Ooh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, I need 6 for that, though. That's my actual hair is a little longer than this. Again, it's held back into a ponytail.
Some good-for-nothing raider triggered the security on my storeroom door, and now it's locked shut. Maybe your little droid can use this encrypted backup code to get it open? My goodness, you unlocked it. Feel free to take whatever you can make use of.
I love that. She's adorable. And it's a stim pack, so it's actually well worth it. That's why I wanted it. I'm not banned, so no. Ban Viddy, he meant to say something instead of, yeah. I hope my neighbors don't hear my loud laugh. That's good, though. I said hello to Anna, and she said, no, she didn't. Really, it's really weird and sad, to be honest. She could have been referring to someone else. Well, the Doctor is usually a Brit. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how far you want to go. I mean, obviously, technically, Great Britain, but would you? David Tennant is technically under the flag of Great Britain, but do you think he would prefer to be called a Brit or a Scot? I would argue that David Tennant would probably say Scot, even though it's technically, I mean, I know, again, it all falls under the same flag. I would argue that David Tennant would probably say Scot before he'd rather be called Scot before Brit. Could be wrong. Have been wrong before. That may have been who he was referring to. She hates the Doctor? Who? Exactly. Hello there.
Sojourner.
Just Cal will do.
It will not.
Okay.
You don't look like the other prospectors.
No. They honor riches. To lot excavates that which cannot be.
Technically Great Britain, but can we really call it Great? No, we can't. Great Scott! Wonderful. That's a good one.
Is always in short supply.
Nice. Tolak.
This stage has seen better days.
I can't see if his eyes are completely red. I'd like to say he's a Chiss, but I don't think he is because the markings on his head and his eyes are not red. He looks like he might be a variant of Miralon. Miralon are usually green, but the markings on his head say he's probably Miralon. Man, that all looks fantastic. Miralon would be like Lumaya Unduli would be a Miralon. Or Miralon. Did she get the problem with British people? The problem with Britain is the people, especially the British ones. Okay. So we've got 2 points. We'll go back into our... Let's go into our perks real quick. We'll add the dexterity trait because I increased my throw damage. And we will go into the skills, and we'll go ahead and buy our skill, and then we will call it a stream. Because next we're going to a new planet to look for Sir Junda. Survival. We're going to do our... wait. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and do this one. And then this other one that we need is 2 points. I can do the stem quicker, and then this one will allow me to refill some force meter. But now I'm going to be able to heal much more quickly, so I can do that. Again, I don't want to put a lot in here. The problem with Earth is the people, especially the Earth ones. I'll be traveling elsewhere in time and space. After this, I would leave Earth in a heartbeat. Yeah? You have a ship or a TARDIS? I want one. He might. You never know. All right. Let's go ahead and rest. And there we go. Pretty good. Pretty cool. I like it. Remember the guy earlier told you stop talking to put the game on? Good times. Yeah, well, you know. People... Like I said, it's the room. The room's about the room. It's not about the game. It's not about the. It's not about the. It's not about the game. It's not about the developer. It's about just talking. It's about making a connection. And people are afraid of that now. People are afraid of just sitting and talking, and engaging with people who have an opposing viewpoint. I think. If you want to ship the TARDIS, that'll cost some fees after checkout. I think people are afraid to have conversations, and they don't want to sit and talk, and they don't want to talk about what is maybe contentious. We were talking about disagreements on game consoles and companies and values of companies and so on and so forth. Loosely, obviously, using the word values in that. And it's like, yeah. I used to feel so uncomfortable in the ship when I played this game. Why is that? Is it just claustrophobic? Oh, so comfortable. I'm sorry. Okay, that makes better sense. I really love Cal's... let me show this off just real quick. I love the room that Cal gets. They have all of these different plants, which Grease loves plants. So he's got this kind of miniature arboreum, which I think is wonderful. And then you've got this beautiful little meditation space in the middle of the rug. You've got the workshop over here where we can make our upgrades and such. And then his bed's right here, and it's this very comfortable kind of like bunk situation. And a little cubby inside there, of course. I mean, it's just, look at how nice this is. And then he's got a secret exit in case we have trouble, and a not so secret exit, but slightly more secret than public. But you know, anyway, we have that there. I love this room. This is really nice. And then we can just always go back up here, and this is where everything is. Hey, Bogus, have you been playing Silent Hill? Yeah, welcome in, Bogus. It was good to get to talk with you a little bit yesterday. We talked about game recommendations, and we talked about The Witcher. That was fun. So good stuff there. That's what I was talking about. We were talking about the games and the books and all that good stuff. Bogus seems to be something of an aficionado also, which I think is really nice. Of the stuff, it was really, really cool to get to do that. The ship is uncomfortable. That would be me and had a heated argument about some guy, and we weren't having a heated argument. We agreed on a lot of the stuff. It's pretty nice so far. The only thing I dislike is the Unreal Engine lag. Yeah, the game is the game is made to be a little slower for darn sure. It's good, but yeah. I have pretty decent specs, but because it's unoptimized, I lag when I render stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, even if you're playing the Silent Hill on even the PlayStation version, which played well, I'm not going to lie and say it didn't, but at the same time, even it had some kind of wonky drops in the speed of XYZ. Sometimes I felt like James was kind of unresponsive, so. But it's a really fun game. I enjoyed it. I got the ending I wanted, we'll put it that way. I won't say anything else. Will I go back and play it again for another ending? Maybe. Because I understand that there are a couple of other endings, but yeah. We're talking about game consoles and Witcher and stuff. Is that a fact? No, it's a point of view from a human being. Retro at the moment, and it's a good point of view, I think, because I think we talked about those things. But did Retro ever talk about those things, if I ever existed? Depends on what you qualify as existing, right? None of us exist. Are we talking about philosophy? Maybe. We're all in this 64-year-old streamer's head. Yeah, I mean, could be. I mean, technically speaking, yeah, that is from a point of view that's true, and I'm not trying to be facetious about that. From a point of view, that is true. If perception is reality, then it insinuates that perception is firstly necessary in order for reality to exist, and that reality is subjective to those who perceive in the way that they perceive, right? So that means that reality can't be objective because the perceptions may be different, and if perception is subjective, then reality must also then be too. I gave this example to my daughter yesterday. We were talking, and I've given this example here too. Is the sky blue? Objectively, well, to a person that suffers from any of the more major forms of color blindness, deuterostomia, and all these other different types, the answer is no. It can never objectively be blue to them. And the fact of the matter is that because a color exists in our eyes that doesn't exist in others, in the same way that in something like a shrimp, another series of colors on the infrared spectrum exists because they are tetrachromats, right? We're trichromats, they're tetrachromats. Whatever they see reality in is going to be beyond what we do. So is their truth of color objective, just in the way that ours must be to someone who suffers from a color deficiency, who are bichromatic or dichromatic? Ha 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 ha. Is it a head or a brain? Are we all a manifestation of the space inside of the skull? Are we getting ahead of ourselves? Yes. We're all actors for Retro. Like, split it in your mind. Yeah? Retro, what are you playing next, by the way? Hold on, let me catch up real quick before I do it. Am I the real one? God knows you're not real. There is no God, only Satan. Hail Satan, hail Saturn. Unfortunately, no one can be told the sky is blue in the Matrix. You have to see it for yourself. Yeah, blue pill or red pill. So the idea I was going to do, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking about I'm going to finish playing this, and then I think what I was going to do is I'm doing Splinter Cell Chaos Theory at the request of a friend of mine. My disc was missing. I'm getting another disc. I'll do Chaos Theory. Should be a fairly short playthrough. It's a decently short game. I am not very good at it because I have not passed it in 20 years. So I'm not going to be very good at it. There's a level in it that I'm really going to suck at called the bathhouse. I sucked at it back then. I got 10%. I'm not going to do any better now. But the last time I passed the game was 20 years ago, so take that. But I'm doing a 20-year anniversary this year. in March. And then after that, I was going to play another Star Wars game. I was thinking about Lego Star Wars. Here's what I kind of am wanting to do. I'm gonna be honest with you. Lego Star Wars sounds good. Somebody wanted me to do the Outer Wilds. I really want to play. I really also might like to play The Witcher on here. The Witcher does have some nudity, but I'm not sponsored by anybody. So long as I disclaim it and say, be careful, there's nudity in this. It's temporary. We're not going to belabor the point. But there is some in it, and it's just going to happen. We're going to get some Yennefer, we're going to get some Keira Metz, unavoidably. Then I might go in and I might play the game. I might play the game on stream. I might play New Game Plus. Who knows? What if Satan lives on Saturn and where's Saturn? Sacrifice one Australian in the stream. 6 planets of the solar system are the common conceptions of the devil. Saturn wearing Satan from Saturn. Good Lord. Can we call them the 7 rings of hell? You could. When did you last worship the devil? Oh, yesterday, I guess. It was me. Saturn actually does have 7 rings, right? Good question. We should sacrifice someone for the devil when I'm next at yours. That's funny. Yeah, you should play The Witcher. I would love to. I love playing I love The Witcher. That's another one of those games that I could literally just go on and on about. Again, that's what I'm saying. I actually have several Witcher medallions that I have worn for decades. I've been a Witcher fan since... they had a little short story called The Hexer that came out in the early 2000s, and then when The Witcher came over, which is in 2009, I think. So 16 years at least for it as The Witcher, but even the little Hexer short story, which came, I think said, so maybe 20-ish years. So I've had a Witcher medallion. I've had Witcher medallions of all kinds, and but I've always worn one of one kind or another for at least the past 10 or 15 years, I think it's been. I've actually, like a real one, just because I love those so much. So I actually have a new one coming in. I actually have a new Wolf's Head one coming in a couple of weeks that's being made for me. It's going to have red garnet eyes. It's actually going to be made of silver. And then the one I'm wearing right now was made from a friend jeweler. And it's a book accurate one. I think it's based off of the Netflix one, but it's book accurate, so. Retro, don't stream The Witcher, it'll be spoilt on the books, if so. Well, remember, The Witcher 3 is a sequel to the books, so if you're looking for the stuff that happens in the books, then it'll pay homage to some of it, but yeah. Little skin never hurt anybody. Yeah, I don't think we're not going to belabor it, we're not going to be grotesque about it. The Hexer, dang Witcher, another quit stealing idea. Well, the Hexer's been around for a minute. Shall I sacrifice my soul? Why is nothing original anymore? Trying to phone it right now. The question isn't should you sacrifice your soul, it's to whom. Yeah. Yeah, I might do that though. So, yeah, but I've been a big fan for a very long time. So, I like it. I've been having a lot of fun playing it. I play it a lot. It's just one of those games it's just easy. It's not easy. It's not an easy game. It's a hard game, especially if you're playing it on, a harder difficulty, but it's easy to love to play the game. So we might go that route. We might go on some side quests. We might not. We'll see what happens, but we might do that. But anyway, so we'll tentatively, we're doing this. We're going to do the Splinter Cell Chaos Theory because I made a promise on that. We'll probably play the Outer Wild and then maybe we'll circle around to Witcher. Because the Outer Wilds was recommended to me to play as well. So play the Witcher or sacrifice your soul. Well, I mean, could. If you believe the soul exists, then I'm probably not giving it up, but Do you want my soul in exchange for a few kangaroos? Roos is in kangaroos? Do you know Breath of the Wild? That's funny. We were making jokes on how everybody thinks that several of the mechanics in Breath of the Wild are uniquely Breath of the Wild, and they're not. So that's funny that happened. No, the author did. Andrei Sapkowski. He's he gets a little full of himself. He's a little cocky, and he, probably, but he's good. I argue that he's at least Outer Wilds is kind of short. That's what I've heard. And Chaos Theory is also, just to be completely honest with you. The game came out in 2005, right? It's also kind of short. But I promised that I would do it, so I'm going to make sure I make good on that promise. And then Outer Wilds, and then we'll do This game's not terribly long either. We've got a couple of more planets and a couple of more things to do on it, but it's not a very long game. We're still early in it. Don't get me wrong there. We still have quite a bit to go, but it's not. When we don't get sidetracked, we just kind of streamline it. It's pretty straightforward. But yeah, so. But yeah. Anyway, I will. Let me move everything over real quick. Let's. There we go. Ben O'Connor, the Wise. Nice. It's not terribly long. Well, Cal sure is standing around thinking that. Yeah, that's true. That was true. The screen went, at the end there. Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of recommendations. But it's like, I kind of want to showcase games that I enjoy, but I also want to pepper in new games. And we've done that. We've done a lot of that. Like, I've played Mario, Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong Country 3, games I know like the back of my hand. And Super Mario World specifically. And then we've peppered in games that I've not known or didn't really know, like A Hat in Time and Celeste. And so I kind of like keeping that going. But then now we have the idea that we have the potential to factor in another game with it. One of my friends he's just a huge fan of Splinter Cell, as am I, but it's just been a long time, and so he was like, well, it'd be really cool if, on 2025 you decided to do a 20th anniversary. I said, okay. So, and then I came back and found out that I couldn't find my disc, and I was like, shoot, so I had to go get another one. But the laughter coming from me when we all offended each other and hopefully didn't wake the neighbor. Well, I'm glad that you got a big enough laugh from that too. Don't worry, they can come laugh with you. That's true. Yes, and my toaster will ask him, would you like some toast? Very nice. But yeah, we'll do that. And if we do Witcher, if we do Witcher 3, I'm playing Witcher 2 right now just because, right? If we do Witcher 3, we'll probably go through Hearts of Stone and Blood and Wine also, just because I freaking love it. And I don't feel like that the story is wrapped up until you finish Blood and Wine. Like, the two-song ending is the way to go. So, and we'll make some choices along the way. Maybe you guys will help me make those choices. I'll tell you what I'll tell you what it would have happened in the books. I'm sure most of you already knew that, but yeah. And the answer to that will be yes. But yeah, anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody for popping in. Bogus, Viddy, Thumb, Fighting Max, Ash, and there were some new people that popped in too to say hi, and they'd ask if I played it and share some stuff with me. There's a couple of people that did that. A couple of people that jumped in to just say, they wanted to see the game-play. We were talking, and somebody was like, man, just play the game. It says, play the game, dog, D-A-W-G. And I'm like, okay, this is a younger individual. I can be patient. Blood and Wine feels like such a good info girl. Oh, it does. It's so well done. And Tucson is beautiful too. Like, Tucson is absolutely gorgeous. The music that they came up with, that everyone came up with, like Witcher 3, the Geralt of Rivia theme is amazing. And then Blood and Wine has the Blood and Wine theme, which is fantastic. And just the Tucson general theme is really good. And then you go over to like Hearts of Stone, and it's got the lullaby, the one that Gaunter whistles, da 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 da, like that one. Whatever it is, I'm not on key or anything. You're not going to hear anything impressive from me, but I'm not going to whistle into a microphone because that'll hurt the diaphragm. But you get my point. Like, just they did such a great job. And then of course they've got a new DLC coming out. Apparently either end of this year or next year. So real quick, speculation. Witcher 4, everybody's saying Witcher 4 is going to come out in 2027. I hope they don't do that. I want it to come out in 2026, and let me explain why. 2027, PS6, and whatever the new Xbox console is, that's when those are going to come out. Okay? Cyberpunk 2077, the big problem wasn't just that they launched too early, but it was that they didn't launch it ready for all of the consoles of the generation, right? It could run on the new consoles, but not the old consoles. And I want them to focus on making it run well on the old consoles, and then doing like they did with Witcher 3 and updating it as they go, and that gives them a year. So I want it to come out end of this year or maybe early next year, so that when the new consoles come out, probably between February and May of next year, they have had a year to work on getting it all moved up and over. That's what I want. And I love that we're going to Kovir. I think that's awesome. If anyone ever knows what Kovir is, it's just super cool. I bet they thought that Satan was Saturn. I bet they said, "G'day, mate." I bet they wanted to. That's true. I bet they wore Satan on Satan on Satan on Saturn. Good lord. I bet they thought that they could mod, hack, etc. the Switch too. Yeah, they should be able to. Every song matches the vibe of the game so much. I have the soundtracks too. And you know what I realized? The person who made the music is a character in the books. Wait a minute. The person who made the music is... I thought the person... Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought the composer was Marcin Przebulikwitz. Dandelion, which, of course, Peter Kenny, I love it. He doesn't pronounce it dandelion. He pronounces it dandelion, which I think is really brilliant. Percival Schuttenbach is the person who... I thought the person who made the OSTs was Marcin Przebulikwitz, but I could be right. Yeah, the Percival Schuttenbach is a character in the books, but I thought the composer for the games was Marcin Przebulikwitz. I could be wrong, and if you're right, then that's even cooler. Oh, I've not finished the books. The books are good. Yeah, Kovir and Povis, absolutely. It looks really good, and they're making it. They're not trying. It doesn't sound like they're getting. It doesn't seem like they're getting too involved. Like Witcher 3, they want to stay the same size. They want to go to different maps. I don't know if that's the one who made them or composed them, but that's what I mean. Okay, all right. Maybe I'd have to take a look into that, because I bet you're onto something there, and I'm just missing it. But I have the soundtracks. I've purchased the soundtracks. When you bought the original game, this is one of the things I love about CD Projekt Red. When you bought the original game, it came with the soundtrack, the original 3 soundtrack. And then you could purchase the DLCs, and I purchased both of them with each DLC actually came with 2 physical Gwent decks, and I bought those. So I actually have 4 physical Gwent decks because of that. And then they released the digital versions of the soundtracks, and they're great. And I think I like about Kovir, which is just Kovir alone, is really, really cool, because Kovir is a shifting capital. Some OSTs were made by... Oh, that's really cool then. That's super cool. I'll take a look and see which ones. That's really neat. What I was going to say is, the thing I like about Kovir is like in The Witcher, you kind of have like the shifting... Like, the weather's different, but it's kind of... The biomes are kind of respective of their areas. Most are made by the person you mentioned. Okay, that's still really cool. I mean, either way, the fact that you were able to point that out too is awesome. But it's like when you go to Skellige, Skellige is obviously kind of Scotland, right? You get a little Scotland, a little mixed in with a little bit Scandinavia in this, but it's mostly Scotland. And then when you go to, you go to Oxenfurt, and that's clearly homage to Oxford, which is, and you get all these, but they're kind of their own respective biomes. When you go to Kaer Morhen, it's Kovir is a shifting capital, and so I think that's super cool. Because if we're gonna be able to see it in all seasons, we're gonna actually be able to see Lon Exeter in action, and then which is in the winter, right? Obviously, which it looked like we were gonna, and then we were getting to see Pont Vani in the summer, which I think is really cool. So it's even going to see that dynamic of shifting capital. I think that's super cool. But yeah, I think that's really cool. Most are made by the person. It's not even a person; it's a band. So it's probably a band. The author liked and referenced it. That's really cool. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, Andrzej Sapkowski is he's an interesting guy. Like I said, he was a little full of himself. I remember back when The Witcher came out. As a matter of fact, 2018, he caused a big fuss about not getting rights on this and that and the other, because he didn't what happened is he negotiated a contract, and then he didn't realize how big The Witcher 3 was going to be, and it blew up. and he got mad because he didn't get a bigger chunk of the pie. But he didn't negotiate that, and then he started kind of blasting CDPR. And then CDPR was like, they made public the documents and the letters that they were sent by Sapkowski's attorneys. And they were like, we're still making this public. We want you guys to know what happened. Like, here's the contract we negotiated. There is no NDA. And, you know, here's all the stuff. And then he was kind of like, well, nobody would know anything about it if it weren't, you know, for me. And then, of course, Dmitry Glukowski, who's the author of the Metro series, was like, yeah, no, the video games made our books big. Like, our books are good. We stand behind it. But, like, the video games are what made our stuff blow up. And Andrei Sapkowski believed he was. And then eventually they solved everything. And again, I think I argue that Andrei Sapkowski is I think he's a better author than George R.R. Martin. I really do. But golly, don't get a big head on yourself. But I think they've solved everything, and I think he's actually working on it. And again, we've got Crossroad of Ravens coming out in September in English. If you happen to read Polish, it's already out. My Polish isn't good enough to be able to enjoy a book in, so. I think the showcase it takes place in Lancaster. Yeah, I think so too. I think you're right. It looked like it, at least, because it looked like it was winter or very cold. So I'm really curious. Again, I said this before. I really want to know what made Ciri. She's got Witcher eyes, right? But she doesn't have traditional Witcher eyes, because Witcher eyes traditionally are yellow, kind of glowing, and then slitted like a cat's. Hers are not the yellow; they're slitted. So my question is, what made her feel like she needed to undergo the trial of the grasses? She already was in possession of the elder blood. She was very powerful. The trial of the grasses wouldn't have made her more powerful at that point. There's nothing that'll change. So it's like, why not kind of just do what she had done before and be in possession of the elder blood and eat the not mushrooms, but the things that they added to her soup when she was a little girl in Blood of Elves, and just kind of do her thing? Is she still in possession of the power of the elder blood? Or did that go away, you know? Is her version of the trial of the grasses, was it a safer version that allowed her the full power? But, you know, the reason that there was like I said, there were so few that survived. It was 1 in 3. 33% survived the trial of the grasses. And it was because a lot of the people didn't know how to do the trial of the grasses completely and perfectly, and there was lots of straggling thises and that's and yada yada yada. My point being, did they find a way? Like, was Jennifer able to figure out a way to do things? And, you know, I don't know. I'm interested to learn about that. I want to know what happened. I think Ciri as a Witcher's fine. I mean, she was trained. Again, she's trained for it when she was a little girl. I think it's fine. It's just, it doesn't make a lot of sense if she's in possession of the Elder Blood. If she's in the power of the Elder Blood, then being a Witcher doesn't make sense, because she doesn't need to do it. You think she probably did? But she has the slitted eyes. Remember, her eyes are green and regular, and in this they're kind of like a purple slitted now. You think it has to do with her elder blood? That could be. I think, again, a lot of people really drew a big issue because they were like, women can't be Witchers. And there's nowhere, and I think Andrei Sapkowski has come out and said the same thing, but there's nowhere that says that women can't be Witchers. It says that of the original trials, only 5 women tried and none of them survived. And it was like 48 participants, so the remaining like 43 were men. And I think they said only like 5 of them survived. So there's nothing that says women can't do it. It's just none have. It'd be really cool if you could use her Elder Blood abilities. I hope so. I think that'll be really cool. If it is something to do with her Elder Blood, that'd be great. But she's been trained since she was a little kid, right? She's been trained since she was like 12, is I think the age they cite in the books. She's been trained since she was at least that much to do like the windmill and all that, right? She was trained on how to do the fighting. She was already trained on how to do the sword work and the footwork, and so she's got all of that. We know that she has, we know that originally she has the cat medallion from Leo Bonhart, which is really cool. Leo Bonhart, by the way, one of the villains, oh my goodness, in the Witcher books. Leo Bonhart, Vilgefortz, awesome. Super cool villains, by the way. Psychopathic. More on Leo Bonhart, in my opinion, than even Vilgefortz, but Vilgefortz is there too. But like, we know she had the cat medallion from Leo Bonhart, and then we know now that she's apparently going to have a Lynx medallion, which I'm assuming is going to be the school she started, because the books only have 3 schools and the games have like 7. bear, manticore, cat, griffin, wolf, viper, and now lynx, so 7. So I wonder if she started that. I was just about to say something too about another thing, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it. We'll get to that when we play the game, the third Witcher game. Anyway, I think it's gonna be cool. I don't know what all these people are causing a fuss about. To me, CDPR has shown a great dedication to the game and to this franchise. I think the first Witcher game is fun, but it's definitely a product of its time. The second Witcher game's a lot of fun. It's a lot less a product of its time, but it still is. And then The Witcher 3 is, in my opinion, one of the greatest games ever made. Like, it is one of the few 10 out of 10s that I think deserves a 10 out of 10. KOTOR is another one that I think deserves a 10 out of 10, right? But like, I don't give 10 out of 10s freely. I don't agree that Grand Theft Auto gets a 10 out of 10. Grand Theft Auto 4 gets a 10 out of 10, which it's supposed to, or Grand Theft Auto 5, or even Red Dead 2 doesn't get a 10 out of 10 for me. But Witcher 3 does. So I'm excited to see. I think they've wanted to stay really faithful to the source material, and I really want to see what they do with it. And I love Ciri. I think she's such a cool character. I love her in the books. She's very easy to love in the books. She's very dynamic. She's remarkably easy to love in the game. So I'm super, super excited to see her. And I love her character model. She's aged a bit. Like, I don't know how much. Witchers age slow, so I don't know. Like, Vesemir supposedly, it's hinted, it's speculated, it's not necessarily said. But like, we know Geralt in The Witcher 3 is 100. You know? We know Triss is like 70. So it's like her aging up a little bit. We don't know how much time has passed, but I like her aged up look. I think she looks nice. I like the mature look. I love the long braided hair. I really love it. I don't get what everybody's complaining about. I really don't. If there's not a good reason that she gave up the Elder Blood and she did undergo the Trial of the Grasses and the story's just not good because of that, then I'd be like, oh yeah, but I don't think CDPR is going to do that. They've not given me any reason to worry about it, so. CDPR keeps two games up to date, and is currently developing a third. I don't know how they'll manage that so well. My thing is, I think they're going to drop some of it. I think they're going to do, like, Witcher 3 at this point. I know we're doing one more DLC, and I'm thinking that DLC is probably going to be a Ciri DLC to get us into The Witcher 4. I think it's going to maybe give us some insight on so obviously Witcher 3 has a couple of different endings. I think it's going to give us some insight on what the canon ending is, which I think we already know. And then I think it's going to give us what she does in the in-between, and maybe the conversation she has with Geralt. Maybe it's about her becoming a Witcher. Maybe it's about how she's going to do what she does with the Elder Blood. I don't know. I'm not sure. And then I think that the Witcher 3 support's going to taper, because it's already really good. I think they're going to do that. It's going to patch, and it's going to taper down. And then I think they're going to keep Cyberpunk 2077 going, and they're going to jump into Witcher 4 being supported. And then I think when they go into the Witcher 1 remake, as that gets closer, I think they're going to taper down on Cyberpunk 2077. And I think they're going to maintain Witcher 4 for a while. They're probably going to have a couple of DLCs come for that. They're going to have the Witcher 1 remake come out. And then, as they go to the second Cyberpunk game, then I'm sure Witcher 4 support will taper down. I think they'll probably do it that way. I hope they do. I hope they balance it well. It's really one of the reasons I want to see Witcher 4 come out next year instead of 27, just because that having to manage all of that on top of making sure that everything works well with the new consoles, the PS6 and whatever Xbox calls their next console, I think that's going to be a trick. And they already shown that that wasn't their strong suit in the Cyberpunk 2077 launch. So I want them to have the best chance of success. So I think if we can aim for a launch next year, I don't care if it's holiday next year, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry, but I just want them to launch it and get it out and make sure it's working and patched before it goes into the new console launch, and then they can focus on making the updated, whatever next gen version is going to look like. That's what I hope. But CDPR, apart from the Cyberpunk launch, which it was rocky for sure, I didn't have the issues everybody else did, but the fact that everybody else did still means that it was a big deal. I personally think that that's their biggest botch, but that's their only botch currently with me, in having been a faithful fan of theirs for, at this point, it's been, 15, 16 years? So, one botch in 16 years for me. I think they'll manage. Their track record's more on their side than against them, I think. I hope so. Fingers crossed. But anyway, I want to say thank you to everybody for popping in, saying hi, talking to me. Again, if you like what I'm doing, I'm always happy to have you here. We do talk ahead of time about different various topics, anything from philosophy to just different games, different games opinions, just whatever's on the mind at that time. I always appreciate people stopping in to have a chat if they can. It's always welcome to hear different perspectives. And if it just so happens that I'm on a game that you're not particularly interested in, or if there's something that you're a little bit more interested in terms of playing games, having fun, I do recommend the channels that I have down below, like Ash, like Vidi Plays and Vidi's gaming videos, like Ash's channel with upcoming new content, like Omega Ace Gaming, and I highly recommend taking a look at those guys. If what I'm playing isn't your speed, perhaps something that they're playing will be, but it's all about the love of the game and the gamers, more so than it is about any sort of politicking this and that and the other, so I appreciate that. I've never played Cyberpunk with all the glitches, but I played it last year with the DLC, and it's a 10 for me. Cyberpunk is great. The launch was botched, undoubtedly, but I agree that Cyberpunk is fantastic in its current state. It's really well done. CDPR botched, that's what I'm talking about, that little hiccup there for them. By Retro, great stream. Thank you, Fighting Max. I appreciate it. And a huge thank you to all for being here, really. But I will let you get back to your day. I hope, I don't know how many, I don't think anybody that's on my stream is a dad, so I will give a wish just in case. Happy Father's Day. I'm going to go and enjoy the rest of my Father's Day. I'm going to get to spend some time here in a little bit playing some games with my daughter. And I know it sounds crazy to have my daughter's not a little kid, you know, she's getting big, you know, so it's one of those things, but it's like, I'm gonna go enjoy some time talking and playing games with her. And so I hope you all will have a wonderful rest of your day. If you are a father, I hope that you have a great Father's Day. If you are the son or daughter to a father who you believe is great, my best wish is that you'll offer them your greatest wishes of a fantastic Father's Day. And we'll see you guys next time.